characters that, shows itself in form of respect? I don't know. But little things that really can elevate us is our topic today. And when I say it means that the ladies are here to talk. There's no man here. We're not saying that the men are not respectful. But we always say that women are the first teachers, the first nurses, the first doctors, the first of everything to a child's life. And that's why we are taking upon ourselves to correct the ill today. Let me start by introducing the ladies in the house.
Well, my name is Devan Hamati, your mom, and it's great to be with you guys this morning.
Good morning. My name is Joe Banachi. I always love to be on Conversations.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa and I miss you.
Oh, Vanessa, we miss you so much. And you decided to remind us where you're coming from.
Head down. I'm flying my flag.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So, in Chief, how do you greet elders?
Undeve.
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 Yeah.
Okay. I actually wanted to say unde nana.
Kwaiga.
That's Steve too, right?
Yes.
I got it.
How do you greet elders? We don't have a special greeting for elders like maybe Yoruba people do.
Okay.
With Yoruba people, if somebody is elderly, eshe, then younger people oshe and think, no, we don't have that.
Oh, really? I didn't even know the difference.
Oh, yes.
Like what
oshe is for elderly people.
Yeah, there's a way you talk to a Yoruba elder
Eshe,
and the way
like
you talk to somebody who is your mate.
yes.
Yes. Oh, but when we sing, we say Oshe to God, and God is not our mate.
Ordinarily it should be Eshe.
Eshe. It shouldn't be.
At least I know that one.
Yes.
Okay. So, are you watching? We're learning. By the end of today, we'll learn to respect people better using the vowel sounds that matches them.
Yes.
And then, very importantly, we learn the meaning of opening door with your attitude. But let's quickly take this. Somebody shut our door at the lecturer or officer. I don't know. But let's just say this.
Are you not seeing the road? Are you blind? Why did you hit me?
Is something wrong with you?
I should be asking if you're okay.
So arrogant. Will you carry my books?
When will I help you carry your books? Are you not the one that hit me? Are you blind?
Will you even apologize?
Apologize for what? I'm rushing somewhere. Don't waste my time.
Yes, come in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it morning or afternoon? What are you doing in my office?
So, I was directed to your office for you to sign my internship letter.
To sign your?
My internship letter.
You want me to sign your internship letter?
Yes, sir.
After you being disrespectful earlier in the room.
So, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I didn't know it was your office I was coming to.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kogi State, sir.
Don't they teach manners there?
Please, I'm sorry.
On a second thought, I won't be able to help you.
Sir, I promise this will never happen again. It was a mistake.
I thought I can, but I won't.
Sir,
I want this to serve as a lesson to you. You go around disrespecting people, I won't help you.
Sir, please.
No. Get out of my office.
I'm sorry.
Do I need to call the spirit?
No, sir.
Go, I'm very busy.
Sir, please.
Leave my office.
Sir,
Out.
please. Please, sir. Please.
Alright, we saw a bit of that. When you need things done, you must always, my people say it's when you're climbing the ladder, don't push it off, because when you are about to come back, you always need it to climb back. The little girl we just saw was going to an office, and because she felt she's arrived, or whatever, I don't even know what was at the back of her mind, she practically pushed people she met on her own. And you know, it comes really at a time where a lot of CEOs are very young people, and people dress down these days, you know, especially entrepreneurs. So you're going to an office to look for a job, you see a man with khaki shorts and t-shirts
Probably he likes to do chores. He's watering his flower. And you now think, okay, this man is not qualified or good enough to be the owner of this place because he's not suited up, so to speak, or wearing a big agbada. You don't greet him. You think he's a security man. And then when you come in, you queue up for that job interview. The same man will come out to interview you. And then you're already qualified for failure, at that point. What's wrong? How did we begin to lose the culture of, respect? I find it very weird when people will see you and they say hi. I'm not saying hi is wrong. I'm not saying, I don't even know where the hi came from. It's not my language.
It's an American thing.
Hi is wrong.
In my place, we say car. I actually prefer that one because it tells me I have potentials to owning a car one day. I'm from Abuja. So if you don't wake up in Abuja, you see anybody, you say hi. What's your problem? What happens to the proper good morning? It's a prayer.
Apart from hi, the one that you address, you find them in your inbox saying, my dear.
Let's not go there. That one is.
I'm never going to answer you. I will never respond.
It's the topic. It's the topic of its own. So if you open that door, we will not finish today.
My dear, you're so daring me. I don't know.
You're so bitter about it.
Since she has started, see,
The problem in Nigeria is defining.
You don't know me.
A total stranger who is male is addressing me, somebody's wife that he has never met, and the first thing he's saying to me is, sweetheart, blah blah blah. The minute I see that it's done, I'm not responding. Seriously, you are in my inbox. This is social media where people assume that all kinds of mischief goes on. You're addressing me for the first time, my dear, sweetheart, my love. Where do you know me from?
How?
Where? Who you? But you know the funny thing, we're missing it. If you didn't work for these people, it wouldn't happen with another person. So the thing now is that it has worked. For who?
For some people.
For some people.
Which people? The people that are daring me in my inbox.
That's not the point.
You may not like it. Some people may not cherish it. That's what
this is what I'm saying. Look, if my dear has not worked,
over familiar.
The thing now is that we have to define, and that's why these days, unfortunately, WhatsApp is a mess. It's a mess. It has its advantages and it has its disadvantages. You have your mechanic on your WhatsApp number. You have people you do things with, and they get familiar.
Over
familiar. So now what I've decided to do is I block you.
How many can you block?
No, I block. They're sending to. No, you keep blocking until they get the message. You keep blocking. Then when you want to use them, you unblock them.
Yes.
Do what you have to do, because there's something I noticed in Nigeria. We don't know when to draw the line.
Exactly.
Do I need to unblock you when I need you for a particular?
That's if you don't have an alternative.
No, if you
as far as I'm concerned.
The point now is that I'm looking for something. It doesn't have to be a mechanic. You need to send me pictures. You need to do, because most of the things I do, right, you have to send me visuals. I have to see it.
Okay.
Then we have to talk about it. You do costing and all that.
Okay.
Most people will say, Madam, say I don't get credit. I don't do this. So let me just make it easy for you.
All right.
So you do it with WhatsApp. So that's why I said after that I block you, because you're there, you're dressed, you go for a party, and the next thing you see, it just happened last night. I was just feeling happy, and I just wanted to use my birthday pictures. So I had my boxers, my shorts, my bikers, and the next thing, you have lovely legs. Hey! But guess what? I didn't get angry. Why? Because I know he was stupid. So all I did was I blocked him. So if you can,
when does a compliment become an insult, though? Because to me that was a compliment.
You can that's a small person. No. That's a small boy. For me to tell you,
it was a small boy.
It was somebody. It was somebody that works for me. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Now you've contextualized.
And apart from that, you're not this person's friend. You're not close. You don't have a right to compliment my personal thing. Don't tell me because it's on my
do
DP. You don't have a right to go to my DP to watch. And if you do, please keep it to yourself.
That's it. That's what I expect.
If you say they don't have a right to, they have a right when you let them. And how do you let them? When you have their numbers saved on your device. Now, when you have their numbers, they have yours. They can actually view your status.
Yes.
So anybody that can view your status has the right to view your status.
No, you block it.
Wait now.
Yeah, okay.
Like that's why I said anybody that can view your status has the right to view your status.
You don't need to comment.
Person also has the right to comment. Now, what she's trying to say is that the right to comment and all of that is yours, right? I also have the right to let you into my space. Now, that was quite offensive coming from you understand?
A younger person.
So as good as you take them off. Very simple.
I can't take them off. I can't take them off.
No, you take them off by blocking them.
No, yes. Okay, I thought you meant
No,
that.
you take them off by blocking them. When does it become an insult? It becomes an insult when compliments become an insult when you don't know when to. You don't know when it's
when you don't know your place.
You don't know your place, basically.
Most Nigerians don't know their place.
We seem not to know our place a lot.
That's the truth.
Your opening statement in the beginning. We seem not to know our place a lot.
Yes.
We assume a whole lot. I relate very well with Divan, but as much as she insists I call her Divan, she still has that problem with me. I don't know how to. I will still address her ma'am.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line before I realized that she has said she doesn't like it like that, and then I now revert back. She's okay. I prefer it's either you D me or even the D for me. It sounds rude. Taking us back to the question she asked about how we interact with our elders.
Yeah.
And she said it when we're off that we don't really have a particular way, but
that's in Tivland.
We don't have a specific way. We don't prostrate. We don't kneel. We don't. There's nothing. But there's this humility with you that comes with you relating.
Yeah.
When she walked in, you saw her.
How you greet.
I will not walk up to her and go and give her a hand. No, she's my elder. I won't do that. So there's a way we definitely have to relate with each other. How did we lose it? By copying what is not ours.
Fantastic. That's very true.
That's the truth.
You said something. Media has cost us a whole lot. Hi. I will not see any of you and say hi. It's good morning first. Or hello, good afternoon. You know, and then when we now move from the pleasantries, the exchange of the pleasantries, we can now go into familiarization, and then we now go into... But even at that, there's a limit.
You know, a lot of times people think if they show over familiarity and stupid westernization, you can now begin to put them on a certain pedestal. But a lot of times it's like when we Nigerians try to speak English like the Americans and we begin to phonetically express things and twist our voices, meanwhile we're not pronouncing the words right. It's okay. You know, we think it's making us English. It actually makes us stupid. Talk your English, you can never be an American. You can never be a UK person unless you were born and you grew up there big time. So, but once you're around here, you can never really be that. Speak the right things. The same thing with, respect. I'd rather, listen to a child who walks up to me and says, "Good morning, madam. How may we help you?" But it doesn't mean you're being stupid. I'll tell myself, this person is well groomed. And me too want to respect that child. But if a child walks up to me and say, "Hi, I came here on IT," and I say, "Which school?" That's the first thing I'll ask you. You mentioned the school. I say, "Please go back and tell your VC to teach you manners." Am I your mate?
But you see the thing now. Do you know the problem? It's parents.
That should be
parents. No, why I mention school? He's coming on the capacity.
Okay, all right. Okay, like I have. You see, I always tell people that I use true life instances when I try to converse or chat with people. Here I have a friend who has a daughter, little girl, and all the time I notice that when I see her, I have to be the one to greet
her.
Not to greet her.
Okay.
To chat with her. It happened over and over and over, and one day I looked at my friend and I said, "I know where you were brought up from. What you don't have, you can't give your child. But I know you have it. Why is it that your child cannot greet?" She's very shy. And, I looked at her and I said, "Why do you people like to give excuses for your kids? You expect a teacher to do your job. if your child
If they will let the teacher.
that's
If they
another
will let
thing.
the teacher.
Because your child is somebody that sees me all the time. She's supposed to be comfortable with me. If this child cannot greet me, definitely she cannot greet another person. But you see, I was telling the mother, because I expected her
My mother would say,
her.
"Oh, come." At that point, I will no longer be Elizabeth to
That's
say,
it.
Eliza, come here.
But you see,
Auntie said that thing again. That is how our mothers brought us up.
but you see, westernization, the thing just, it drives me.
You've not seen a caption on social media where it said parents should stop forcing us to greet aunties and uncles.
Okay.
You've not seen that.
You see, to them, it's a
But when they are looking for job, when they are looking for work,
these same aunties
or
and
looking for
uncles.
connections, they are looking for that same aunties and uncles. And then I'll tell you, parents should not to stop forcing aunties and uncles to help their children. It's simple.
You see,
Everybody mind your space.
growing up, my parents would call me from any nook and cranny I was inside to come and greet.
When visitors come.
Auntie, and I hated it. I didn't like it. Because okay, in my own case, I was an only child, so I get fussed over. Oh, you grown so much. Oh, you also like this long, and I'm an introvert, so I wouldn't know. But you know what? My parents didn't stop because Devan doesn't like it. They would see me frowning,
But you will still
come and
do
greet
it.
that person,
Yes.
and I got used to it.
Yes.
When they will add, if you like, squeeze your face.
But they didn't even used to care whether I was
No,
squeezing my face
but you
or
see
not.
the problem.
As
We are
long as,
different.
as long as anybody was in the house that needed greeting, if I was in the kitchen, I was playing in the backyard,
That's the
I was
way it's
in the room,
supposed to
I would
be.
be called out of wherever I was to come and greet that person. One, so that I will know the person.
They used to wake us up and come and greet.
One, it helped me to know the people that were close to my parents.
Good.
They also knew me.
Yes.
And with the frequency of the visits as I was growing, they could see your face changes now. So somebody who hadn't seen me in 3 years, they come this, you've grown. But they are saying the changes. They are saying that, okay, Devan, I was chubby before, it's a bit leaner now. The thing is, if they bump into me somewhere, they know this is Hamation's daughter. If she's in trouble, I'm Hamation's friend, I'm supposed to help her.
Thank you.
Or if I'm in trouble and this uncle hasn't noticed that I'm in trouble. Uncle Peter, this is the problem I'm having. Please, can you help me? But Uncle Peter doesn't even know who I am because he comes to our house 3 times a week and he has never seen me because I'm in my room, I'm in the kitchen. So although I hated it, with time I came to understand that this thing is helping me to know my parents' most appreciates. And they are also knowing me. So there was nothing like one random stranger will meet me somewhere and say, I'm your father's friend. I've not been seeing you. My father doesn't mention you. My mother doesn't mention you. How are you my father's friend? So the thing is that it helps your children to know the people that are family friends. So
And when they run into trouble at any point, they
can approach those people.
Look now, with the kind of job that I do, because I need people to help me. Okay. Now, I always tell people, I prefer being respectful to the Megad or the guard in the office, the secretary in the office, because if those certain people
Don't let
me see the boss,
Don't let you in. You won't go in.
you can go in. But I notice Nigerians say, oh my God, I know the Oga, who can stop me? Who can do this? Who can do that? We forget that the Ogas don't process your papers. The Ogas don't process your papers. It's this kind of people who do it. And you should have a one-on-one.
You want some water? Okay.
I call everybody sir. I call everybody man.
That's how it goes.
It does not reduce me. It's the product of what I want. That is what I'm looking for. And this is what I try to tell. My pastor is younger than me. For crying out loud. Much younger than I am. But when I see him, I give him the respect of his position.
Thank you.
Exactly.
It's not about
Age.
it's not about age. Too bad. He's your pastor. He's your man of God.
Too good.
So you see, this is what, and people miss it. Because there was a day I think it was even preached, because it was getting bad. The millennials and the Gen Zs, they see hello. How can you see a pastor and say hello?
Not just pastor, everybody. You call somebody that is your senior and say hello. I don't understand it. What's wrong with good morning, ma?
That's it.
Good afternoon, ma. The one that
it doesn't kill you.
The one that even kills me pass. How do I even start this? Why is it that young people find it difficult to say sorry? That word, does it have a problem?
This one,
you're scolding somebody,
but I think it reduces. I think they feel it reduces them.
An individual.
Then stop doing what you want.
It's just an uncultured human being. It doesn't have anything to do with age. Based on my experience with that, somebody who will not say sorry is just somebody who will not say sorry.
I would rather say sorry, whether I mean it or you don't. But there's something about sorry that I don't like.
When it's too often.
There are some people. It's that's all they say. And it hurts me, because when you see people who say sorry all the time, they really don't mean it. They are just saying sorry to just make peace and okay, let's move on. So saying sorry again, why don't you try and not do the wrong things?
Exactly. Now, my niece had fallen into a pattern of always getting into all this small, stupid kind of nonsense, kind of rubbish in the house. And this is somebody who has finished university, you understand? And you're still falling.
I hope she's not watching.
I hope she should watch. You know, falling into the kinds of problems a 13-year-old. So one day I said, and she's so fantastic at apology. Oh, I'm so sorry. It will never happen again. And then immediately she will do another thing that is more irritating than the one that happened. So one day I told her, you know what you need to do? You need to work on how you can avoid saying sorry.
That's it.
You know what now happened?
Yes.
She stopped saying sorry.
So you see where I'm coming from.
Sorry.
Maybe my communication skills are poor.
No,
sorry doesn't take away the punishment.
Try and put yourself in a position where you stop.
You see like the Yoruba people. You see, the thing now is that Nigeria is diverse, and I grew up in the north. Then I now went to the southwest. The thing I notice about the north is, it saddens my heart, but I will say it. The men can't respect women because you're a woman. Even the wheelbarrow pusher, the thing he tells you is that you're a woman. So when I went to the other side, I now saw totally different. As long as you were paying these people and they were benefiting from you, there was respect. But here, it's totally different. Because I bought something from you and I gave you money, hello. If you don't want to give me your money, keep it. So here I was in Yoruba land, and I had to start, I had to bend, I had to greet, whether the person was younger or older than me. Then when they, with the Yoruba greeting,
that's a culture shock I had.
Yes, take it or leave it.
I had a big culture shock. I was standing, and then this elderly woman who was old enough to be my grandmother's mate walks up to me and Elima. I'm like,
it felt like she needed a favor from you.
She was greeting.
And she had to bend down for you.
And then she put ma on top and then she went down.
For you?
Yes. At first I what's going on? Now, like 5-6 other people who were elderly still accorded the same respect, and then they went as far as calling me mommy.
What's going on though?
I think she wanted something.
What was it?
You were the person paying the piper.
What? I can't even remember what it was right now exactly.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because they needed something, that thing from me exactly. It was because that's the way they are called respect. Respect comes to you even from the elderly, and they go down and they add ma. Then they go as far as mommy.
Whoa.
So it was a huge culture shock for me. But with time I got used to. Then the other culture shock, which we're talking about appreciation now, is the fact of thank you. You do something for a Yoruba person and they're telling you thank you. They see you later, they say thank you ma. Then they see you tomorrow, thank you for yesterday. They see you next tomorrow, thank you for yesterday, that day. thank you for that time. They are telling you thank you months later. They're still telling you.
They're thanking you for the one you will still give.
No. So they now like, thank you for that time, yo.
So they're expecting.
So I don't know if there's an expectation.
No, there's an expectation. No, because you see, there's always, you see, like when I was talking about culture shock from the north, southwest, you know, in Nigeria is basically those three. Then here I had friends who were from the east. That was a killer for me. No home training.
The southeast.
Yes, the person who has more money is accorded respect. So here you have a younger person who has money and power. The older ones are bending down. Anything the younger one says is okay, even though it's wrong. So we have, we have lost. You see, take it or leave it. And unfortunately for us, we're big. With culture, with everywhere we're from, there is a problem, and I don't know. There's no sanitization about culture and respect.
You know what you're saying. You talked about giving and gratitude. I also have discovered something. A lot of people feel entitled.
Yes, exactly.
So entitled that they forget to give gratitude.
Yes.
And I'm like, I know God created us in His image and likeness, but there's a limitation as a man. You know, I cannot be as nice as to give you the fresh air God is giving. He still said we should thank Him. You know, so why would I give you something, and then and there's another thing. I'm a civil servant. I don't have too much money. I'm not a politician. I'm not an industrialist. So I give you small recharge card. That's from my beggar's widow's mite, right? That's what they call it. Even if it's 1,000 naira recharge card, even if it's 500, I expect you to be grateful because I gave it from my empty pocket. I am not a Dangote. Now, because
Dangote give?
I don't know.
Okay.
So, if you know him now, you can find out.
No, you see, it's not about you having.
So,
if you're not a giver,
I get because my mind says I should give. And I expect you to at least appreciate it by sending me text, received. The recharge card was received, even if you don't add the thank you. Now, it's still me that will call you to ask you, did you get the card I sent? Because I'm not even sure if it got to you or not.
Don't know that they've gotten it.
She be the child.
That's different.
No. And whatever it is, somebody is asking you for something, money, you give to the person. You're not owing anybody. Even your parents. That's what I tell people. You get to a certain age, they're not owing you.
Let's use the beggars that are on the streets. You give a beggar because you have change. And here you give the beggar 50 naira. And the guy is stoning you back.
Well, I've never encountered
it so many times.
But it's small.
It's small. You see, our generation and everything, there's something wrong somewhere. Because like now, you give people who don't ask you to give them. The next thing, they are now asking you and you cannot do it. So all the good that you have done
in the past
is rubbish. So I think, see, I don't know. And you know, it saddens my heart sometimes when I have to see elderly people beg very young people for stuff. It's it's disheartening.
You know, it goes to what you were talking about, the Yoruba culture. You said they greet and thank even years after. They still remind you of what you did. It's a way of showing gratitude for you to do more for me. Yes. So if I give somebody a little thing because I didn't have, that's the much I had at the time, and the person shows appreciation. I really don't like extensive thank you. I find I'll start dodging you.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, so but if you do that,
there's always
there's a caveat
that are from this part of the country. That is excessive for us.
Yes,
but those that grew around it,
it's a way of life.
It's just a way of life. And they take offense if you don't do that. Now, I was about to say, when you interrupted, my HOD did something for me. What did she do? I think she came in and gave us stuff for a celebration, a holiday or something. And then, Benue girl, Kid girl, ask D, she will tell you,
thank you, and we're gone.
Yeah.
We're not coming back to come and tell you tomorrow that thank you for yesterday. You know. So we tell you thank you, they appreciate you, then we're off. Then the next time we see you, you've not given me something. You don't think you give me. It's normal. It's a normal thing. So it's weird for those of us here. Now, what if the other person was telling her thank you weeks later? The new girl was off. She didn't know. And then one day I now heard that she said that I am not appreciated. I'm not an appreciative person. And I'm like, what did I do this time? Because I'm always doing something. So what did I do this time? So I know, like, you didn't tell her thank you. I see, for what? What exactly?
You see what I mean?
And then the thank you, the thing I was being reminded I didn't appreciate was what she had done
weeks back.
Months back.
And then you had
and I recall verbalizing and appreciating it, you know. And then I was like, wow, that culture shocks. I had a lot of them.
Yes,
that was a lot of
usual culture shock.
And I was termed, because of that singular thing, the woman disliked me. She disliked me. I had so many issues that I kept getting, you know, she would silently go say something to our principal, and then, you know, she was always trying to make it look like I was someone she doesn't come to work, she's not there. And then maybe when she's like, I wasn't at work yesterday, somebody will like, but I saw her. You know, so I got into trouble with her a lot just for that singular act of non-appreciation.
It's happening everywhere.
You see, I'm forced to say at this point that having come into close contact with other cultures, the two culture might seem a bit weird to the typical Nigerian. For instance, in our place, genuflecting and bowing is not our typical way of showing respect to an elder. Culturally, if a youngster is going to talk to an elder, you stand behind
the elder.
That's
you.
That's
talk to you. I'm going to stand behind you.
That's the thief culture.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Or
I don't stand in front of you.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to see your face.
Wow.
Worst case scenario.
I mean, I think that
by your side,
you're being disrespectful.
You'll be by my side.
That's the culture thing you're talking about.
Now, I did not even know this because my parents, who were westernized, grew up in the north, taught me to genuflect when greeting people. And I spent most of my life in urban environments. It was when I ran for House of Reps in 2018 and had to spend a lot of time in the village. I'd have a batch of people talking to me from behind.
And you're like, what's wrong?
And I would be like practically humiliated. I'm like, you, not only are you standing behind me, you are mumbling. I can't hear what you are saying. I had to get to a point where I had to communicate to them that, to me, it is disrespectful when you stand behind me and mumble and force me to ask you over and over and over again, what are you saying?
And it's that's how you are just
exactly. Come to my front and tell me what you are saying.
Yeah, I'm just looking at you. I'm kind of
now the only person that can actually stand side by side with you is maybe your family member who is younger, or your offspring, your child.
Things like
every
that.
other person stands behind somewhere here.
But do you know what?
And you know what eventually helped me? It was my mother-in-law, because when she saw that smoke was practically coming out of me, she said, it's still culture.
I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, being respectful.
You know why I say I'm a bit surprised? Because my roommates were thief people, and they didn't. Well, maybe because they were outside.
They were not in thief land.
Maybe because they were outside the thief land. Because and they're still my friends today, and I know them. They can be very, very. You know, TV people. They don't take no rose bad. They will. You understand? And I see them, and sometimes I used to say, "I know sabi respect." So maybe because those ones are my friends, is totally different from what I'm hearing today.
No, those are
about the culture. No, that's this is with them thief people who are not age mates. I don't see that.
If you recall, I said that it was in 2018 when I had
that's
to
what I'm saying. I said maybe
maybe
there
that I knew.
That's it. So I think
your peers is not like that.
It's not like that.
It's right. With somebody that you're relating with, it's not like that.
It's not like that.
Okay. And then with somebody who grew outside, it's not
like that. You see, I'm Igala, and just like the northern thing about the man and the woman, you know, with the eagle, as the men always want to show that they're on top, that you have to, you understand. So I'm going to say it, they know I will say it, because that's just the way it is. That control and bossy, I am the boss, I'm the oga, with the eagle man, that's the truth. That's the thing. You know, and I think they learnt it more with this other side. When a man is talking, you have to wait for the man to talk. You have to first do this, do that. But with us, with elderly people, you have to, you know, prostrate and do all those things, you know. But with us, there are certain people that you have certain names you used to call them. Like me, with some people, the thing now is that people don't know the age bracket of certain people. So now, if you don't know the age bracket of certain people, what do? You talk with them. Because I know that I had something in NTA. There are some people in NTA that I know, you know, they're my buddies. But the thing here was that I was having issues with some of them because of the age thing. Because here I had a big sis who was more Oyibo. Whether you call her this or that, she's not bothered. So now I started hanging around the other ones, and there was a big fight, you know. So the thing now is that you have to know people.
Yes.
And well, some people will say you don't have to know people. Just respect everybody.
No, you can respect everybody, including the small ones. Now, talking about respect, I was in a person's office, a very big person office, by the office the person is occupying, and of course by the age as well. And a core member walked in who needed to be employed and stuff like that. And she went, "Good afternoon," drew seat and sat down.
She's getting it wrong.
And of course, that was the end of her service in that place. And I felt bad, because I'm like, even if the mother never taught her anything, when we're growing up, our parents would tell you to stand when you're talking to you. Yes. And in standing, though, you're not going to stand like this. You're not going to stand like this. Your hands will be at the back, except you're holding things. Children of these days, they are talking to you, their eyes are darting everywhere in your office as if they are trying to pick up things to go and sell. You know, so how can we begin to correct that? Should it be inculcated in the curriculum, or should parents go back to? I think it's parenting, right?
I think teachers are already overwhelmed. Teachers are overwhelmed. That's one. Two, the typical teacher tries to instill values in kids, and the parents fall down on top of that person like a ton of bricks. They are bringing police for you. They are coming to fight with you, and all of this. No. Parents should learn to do home training in their homes. And it starts with something as basic as getting students to give the teacher that basic respect of most teachers are in a position to be your parents. We used to have the kind of societal structure where any adult was a quasi-parent if your own parents were not on ground.
Exactly.
So you could not afford to get naughty because mommy and daddy are not here. When one uncle knocks you, you will just be restored to default settings. And if you are not careful, your parents will come and praise that person.
That was our time.
That was our time.
What we have now,
these days, correct somebody's child.
You see, but the problem,
I don't agree.
The problem we're having
I
now.
don't agree with corporal punishment because some people can go above and beyond.
But the problem we're having is that the kids have more money. So they buy. Look, let's call a spade a spade.
They buy the aunties.
They buy the aunties. They buy the teachers, because there was something that happened in Nigeria, and it was
they buy them in school.
They buy them in school, and there was something that happened with somebody that was in power. You are not meant to bring a phone to school. The boy brought a phone to school. And what did the principal do? Not the teacher, the principal. That's the head. The parent had the audacity to lock up the principal in a boot.
This is exactly why I said that the whole thing is with parents. His parents are overwhelmed.
Forget it.
And what did the principal do?
Excuse me.
No, it happened.
Unfortunately for us, I noticed so many parents fight for power. And you see, and I always tell people, what you don't have, you can't give. The other thing now is,
is what your kids see you do to people. That is what they're going to do to them. You know, and the guy had the audacity to do it when every kid was there. Locked this guy and he was beaten up.
How did he get the man into the boat?
He will come with his dogs.
This is a guy who was in. This was a guy who was. This was a guy who was in office, and that's why they're craving for office. They want to die. They must have this office.
Okay, so he came.
He came.
Who ordered the other man?
The man. No, they didn't order him.
Bundled him.
He
into
was
the boat.
bundled into the boat. Excuse me. And the boy and the son thought that was a big deal.
And
one day, the son is going to end up dealing with the father. Because
Exactly.
I know a family like that.
It comes
When the children grew up, they ended up killing the man. First gave him high BP, knocked up the two ancestors in the front of the seat, and then eventually the man died. But then, let's quickly take a break, and a lot of people are writing in so we can pay tributes. Let's take this
So
break
the
first.
truth is, if I get out of that boot, your child is going. You will be expelled.
But guess what they did? Because they went after the child. You know, the parents have money. So the kids now are abroad. But excuse me,
It doesn't
what
matter.
do you think you are going to
from
produce? No, but what do you think you're going to produce when they grow up? This is the attitude they're going to take.
Let's take this break now. Let's see.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Argument talks are still going on, and from the my iPad here I see a whole lot of people writing in. Let's quickly see if your voices can be heard. This one says, God bless you for this program. As long as we have wrong and corrupt leaders in places of authority, many things will remain wrong. All the funds government have been investing in public transport have been swallowed by corruption. All these issues will be addressed when we get a new Nigeria. Okay, we're fighting for this. He says his name is Pastor Gabriel, and he's writing from Abuja. Good morning. I'm really enjoying the discussion. Yes, we are taking little things for granted, and we make a big mess. Very true. And issues of respect. It's in Nigeria. They respect money, not people. A boy of 15 years, as far as money is there, he can hang out with a lady of 30 years. Oh my gosh, she will be loyal to the boy. All right. Respect. I'm shocked. My name.
Wow.
My name is Charles. They say sorry can resolve matters, but why is it that people don't agree with that? I think Devon, that was actually your purview. I have to talk about it again. But let's take one more. My name is Andrew from Kwara State. 80% of people using cell phone are controlled by the phone, not controlling the phone themselves. People who lack manners are properly recognized through social media. Some people are rigid in the contrary, and you have nothing to do you can do nothing to change that. You should rather be mindful of the kind of people you share your contact with. Lastly, someone who is eager to hunt on your back or hunt on, I don't understand this, your weak points, will try to hunt you on social media. Okay, maybe it meant okay. So I think he was talking about why people don't, relax with the words sorry, and you mentioned when sorry is
I was just giving an instance. I think sorry is difficult to say, and like Vad mentioned, it's not necessarily an age thing. It's a person thing, because there are people who are well advanced in age that will never say sorry. I think it's common for many women to say that their husbands will never apologize no matter what's going on.
I've even come across a couple of persons that have said, I don't say sorry.
Let me know. You know the funny thing. Let me not lie. Let me not pretend here because I'm on air. Growing up, I used to say sorry seems to be the hardest word, and that's why I love the people who sang it. And I always used to say sorry. It's a very difficult thing for me to say. I grew up not saying sorry, but I now realize that not saying sorry, I was not getting what I am meant to get. So I had to do a double check. And here I had a mother who was very strict, and she noticed from me that, look, this girl knows sabi say sorry. And one thing I tried to do growing up was making sure that I don't get to the position or to the point of saying sorry. So that seemed to help me. I had a double check. I had to make sure that if I do this thing, I have to say sorry. And I don't like to say sorry.
In what you're saying, I don't like to say sorry, not because I find it a hard word. I feel if I keep saying sorry, it means I keep doing the wrong things. So I just try to avoid. I like to be along the right path, just so that I won't say. But when it happens, I'm always the first to say sorry. But somebody is actually challenging you here. He says his name is VC from Owerri. He didn't tell us what VC means. He says you're wrong. Igbos do not respect because you have money. The young person. That young person that elders greet is a titled person. So perhaps the person is okay. So it's challenging
because I went to Port Harcourt on I went to on Friday in the VIP lounge. You see this thing? Look, I keep telling people there's a percentage, and it has happened. And this guy was a very young guy, and these people, you see, it's all about money. You don't even have to be Igbo. But I notice it from that. I know why he's saying that, because he's
basically those that will worship you because of your money. There are specific people that will do that. I won't just walk in here and because you have a lot of money, and then because you're younger than me, or you don't address me well, I'm going to now literally prostrate. I'm not going to.
In Igala land, when you're an elderly person, you wait for the elderly to talk. But the other side, you see, the thing with me is that I have tried to go everywhere. I don't sit in one place, and I have you might not have experience. I am telling you my view, and that's my experience.
Okay, so another person says here, thank you for the topic. The whole blame lies with the parents. We do not just give excuses. We also condone and defend the bad behaviors of our children. Many of us have tagged the way we were brought up as crude and outdated. I'm watching the program with my children, and says his name, or her name, I don't know, is Gift from Port Harcourt. You just mentioned you were in Port Harcourt on Friday. The truth is, whether or not we like it, if you respect people, be it a big person or a younger person, like I tell people, I have, people that are quite young living with me at the moment. They're on holiday. And I notice that sometimes the way I talk to them, I get bad results. They're young people, 9 years old, 12 years old. But if I am able to, speak, we have dialogue, I get better results.
You talk to them, not
you talk down. You don't talk down at people.
Because when you talk at people, you get even me.
Exactly.
Me.
I'll give you the acts.
But talk to me.
Yes, I agree with you.
And it's the same thing. I even had the conversation yesterday with my boyfriend when I was telling him that you talk to your nephew. You talk at your nephew, not to your nephew. And I've heard it over the phone when I'm with you, and then I'm like, Each time he said, I'm like, There's a way you handle these children. And in most cases, it's not, I have a problem with you being loud. If you're screaming at me, don't shout at me. Don't shout at me. You shout at me, I'm just going to break down and just sit looking at you.
Okay, let me be the bad guy here. There are times when, as a parent, you have spoken gently, you have
children know they hear.
Like for me, by the time I have to tell you the same thing by the seventh or eighth time, I will yell. Because clearly, speaking in a normal tone of voice is not sinking in. And what people don't talk, say, since they copy Oyibo people talk, say, now only mad person, they continue to do the one thing in the same way, but they expect different results.
Yeah.
But if I talk to you in a gentle way, don't talk gentle, no sink in. If I shout, maybe you go here.
I know. Well, if you have been,
do you get
yes.
Sometimes I do.
No, now, what I'm trying to say is that you have gone through a session.
Exactly.
You've
Yes.
gone through a session. It's not that
But
you
not the
just wake
first
up in the
time.
morning
No.
and then
Start screaming. No.
No, but you see,
that's not
you know,
true.
I like what you
session.
see. I like what you said about Oyibo people. I have friends who are abroad. I go to their houses. The children are already dobale. They are greeting. There's respect.
They're Nigerians.
They're Nigerians. So, but you see, the thing here is that if you don't teach your child, like the Bible says, if you teach a child in the way the child should go, when he grows, he will not depart
from it.
You know, and when your children sometimes they wake up in the morning, they, hi mom. See, if my children call me on the phone and they're like, morning, mama, I say, the good is missing. Add it. They know.
It's not even adults.
Good is missing. Please
You're
add
starting
it.
with me, and then the first thing is morning.
What is that?
And we come back and good morning.
That's
good morning to you too. I add it to you too for you to be to emphasize on it. And then maybe you start a conversation with me and there's no pleasantry, and then I come back. The first thing I say is to you too. I put good.
I will tell you, please.
Let me even say this. We're talking about respect and all that. How many children even speak in their dialect? How many?
Because greeting is written in your dialect.
No, you see, no. I'm trying to tell you. See, because you see, when I go to so many
okay,
places,
my director is on me. They gotta go. So we are leaving, but I just have to take this one. Say the family value is absent at the moment. Less conversation about politics across board, and this kind of program should be promoted across all media. That's Sky Plus. Thank you very much. There are other messages we'll try to reply you off camera. For now, we all say, please, whatever you do, don't call me on video call, WhatsApp call, without notification, just because you have my number.
Video call.
Please.
No.
Video call, right?
Yes.
You don't know.
No.
You do not buy from me, I beg. Bye, Jerry.
You're calling me.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Hello, welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We're live from the nation's capital, Abuja. I am Frama Pani, and thanks for joining us.
President
President Buhari President Buhari received 10-point master plan and roadmap for football development in Nigeria. Relations between Nigeria and India to deepen as President Buhari discusses areas of mutual benefit with India delegation.
The President's mandate to the Office of the Attorney General is to ensure that all international recoveries.
Repatriation of $23 million Abacha loot. Federal government to use fund for completion of 3 major projects. House of Representatives seek establishment of a National Electoral Offences Commission. The federal government says it will no longer tolerate attempts at inflicting injury on its football fortunes, describing the sports as a major tool for national unity, which must be safeguarded and treated as a national asset. President Muhammadu Buhari stated this while receiving a 10-point master plan and roadmap for the development of football in Nigeria. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has the report.
The Football Development Master Plan 2022 to 2032 is a deliberate attempt by the Buhari presidency at reversing the gradual decline in the development and administration of Nigerian football, which resulted in the national team struggling to make progress at international competitions. The document, now a guiding instrument for the administration of the game in the country, is a product of wide consultations amongst the best brains in the game, experienced technocrats, and other critical stakeholders.
The master plan will encapsulate functional strategies that will outlast this current administration, will set firmly in place the Nigerian football on a path of sustainable growth and development, and this, Mr. President, will be a legacy, and we thank you for your vision.
President Muhammadu Buhari expressed regret that in the past years, Nigeria's football development has stunted due to what he attributed to the neglect of the co-orientation of his administration, weak governance structure around Nigeria's domestic league, and compromised standards.
This government is interested in developing a football culture that will help the nation to lay a solid foundation for her domestic football, put in place professionally and efficiently run leagues, entrench a consistent and stable football calendar, and create a value chain which will boost the sports ecosystem. Nigeria's football development must return to the path of focus on grassroots and youth development and an overall good governance structure around every level of its development. Nigeria now expects results.
The master plan, he said, presents to the world the seriousness and commitment of Nigeria to football development, and therefore directed the Nigeria Football Federation to own and faithfully implement the various stages enumerated in the document within time limits and in line with the aspirations of Nigerians.
I believe this will signal a positive turning point for our football and a major step forward in our bid to create a conducive environment for its sustainability and viability. Football is our #1 sport in Nigeria. It is our passion and a major tool for our unity, and so as a government, it is our responsibility to safeguard it and treat it as a national asset.
The Nigeria Football 10-year Development Master Plan, as submitted by the 16-man committee headed by Ibrahim Galadima, identified 15 key areas of challenge and provided practical recommendations to address these fundamental problems that have bedeviled football development in the country.
It is our hope and prayer that this work will assist government in passioning out a comprehensive program for the development of football to the satisfaction of our youths and generality of Nigerians.
Once there is equitable representation in the Congress of the Nigeria Football Federation, then the opportunities for players would show up. Right now it is lopsided, and I want to just appeal that the NFF should take the advice of the president to look into those issues very seriously.
The Nigeria Football Federation, now a custodian of the master plan, has a presidential mandate to particularly salvage domestic league and ensure that competent men and women are elected to run its affairs, even as the federal government promised to match its political will with the right laws and investments. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
To other stories from the State House, President Muhammadu Buhari has made a case for the long-standing relations between Nigeria and India to be deepened and expanded so that their people and economies can derive maximum benefits. This was while granting audience to an Indian delegation led by the Minister of State for External and Parliamentary Affairs. Again, State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has the details.
The Indian delegation is in Nigeria for the India-Nigeria Business Council meeting in Abuja. The minister, Valamvili Muralidharam, who brought greetings from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to President Muhammadu Buhari, described Nigeria as a center of engagement for India in Africa. The two countries, he said, have robust relations in business, defense, education, and many other areas. The minister said India, as the largest democracy in the world, is willing to partner with Nigeria towards the successful conduct of the 2023 general elections. President Buhari, who went down memory lane on his one-year training in the Asian country as a military officer, recalled that the 1973 visit was a very good experience which became part of his success story in the military. To buttress the strong relationship between India and Nigeria, the president said the Nigerian Defense Academy was established by Indians, and the two countries have firm relationship economically, politically, and in the area of security. He emphasized that Nigeria and India must continue to build on the highly beneficial relationship. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The federal government is supporting the development of a world-class animation hub which can absorb a large number of young people in the country. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, said this at the Nigeria-India Trade Forum in Abuja. Adibola Brooksley reports.
Records show that the global cultural industries are estimated to generate about $2.3 trillion annually, with about 30 million people employed in the sector worldwide. The creative industry is one of the nexuses between Nigeria and India, which has been generating about $15 billion annually.
Joint film production, joint music production, and film city. These three proposals were envisaged where the people from the Ministry of Information and Culture here and the people from Indian side who are involved in the Bollywood.
Focusing on the animation sector, the minister says, though it is in its early stages, it is promising.
The cost of production considerably cheaper than in other markets, and after proper training of its raw talent, Nigeria could become a new attractive option for global animation studios looking to outsource some of their work, following the model established by countries like India. The creation of an animation hub, possibly as part of the Media and Technology City, would allow individual animators or studios to share costs, create synergies, and collaborate on more ambitious projects.
The manufacturing sector is another area the collaboration with India is waxing stronger.
Especially in agricultural sector, we have so many things that India needed there, especially ginger and so many plants that are very important in their own pharmaceutical companies. So I'm very sure we will start exporting from Nigeria to India too.
The bilateral ties between Nigeria and India dates back to 1958. Adebola Brookslane, NTA News.
In a bid to revive Nigeria's cultural center and Millennium Tower, Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, led the Bollywood team of investors on inspection tour of the national asset that is presently lying fallow. Onoze Yakubu tells us more.
Inadequate funding has been the hindering factor to the timely completion of the Nigerian Cultural Center and the Millennium Tower project. The request by the FCT Minister Muhammad Musa Bello and his information counterpart, Lai Mohammed, to woo private investors on the project is already yielding results, as the Bollywood team of investors has indicated interest. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed, who led the visiting delegation on the tour of the project, described the monumental edifice as an asset to Nigerians.
After the last visit, we had inquiries from some serious investors, and this time around I'm here with the members of the Nigeria-India Business Council, who have been in Nigeria for the last 3-4 days, been here to look at where they can invest in area of power, infrastructure, medicine, and the like. And of course, they also came with, with the investor from the creative sectors, really from the film industry.
This is supposed to be like a tourism hub for the city, and not only the city but for the nation. In an edifice where you are going to have a 5-star hotel, an auditorium with a capacity of 1,200. We have a parking lot there where we are standing over.
We feel there is so much potential and talent here. It is definitely worth investing in. I see a big future for the Nigerian film industry. So much content, musicians already are world famous now. There's so many, all these artists who are going to America and recording these songs. Why can't they record it here?
The Nigerian Cultural Center and the Millennium Tower was conceived in 2006. Onoze Yakubu, NTA News.
The air component of Operation Hat-in-Kai has carried out airstrikes on terrorist enclaves in Sambisa Forest and the Tubuns in Borno State, including ISWAP leader and Shekau Ali Fia Bayaram's enclave. When contacted, the NAV Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Edward Gabquet, confirmed the strikes, stating that strikes were carried out on some specific targets in the Tubuns and Sambisa, with varying degrees of successes recorded. The NAF won't, however, be drawn into details of those neutralized. Few days after the arrest, Yobe State Police Command has paraded the 2 Nigerian Army personnel suspected for the murder of a renowned Yobe State Islamic scholar on Guru Gashwa Highway last Friday. The command similarly paraded a kidnapped kingpin terrorizing communities in some parts of Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa states. Adam Yusuf has the report.
2 suspected military personnel of a 241 Reka Battalion Guru were arrested by Karaswa Divisional Police Office following a distress call. Preliminary investigations revealed that the late cleric Goni Aisani, who was traveling from Guru to Peshwa, offered a lift to his unsuspecting assailant to a nearby village, Jajimaji, who allegedly shot him before reaching their destination.
After we have sent them a letter that we have arrested suspected homicide of one of the cleric in Gashwa, they came and they confirmed that yes, these are their military personnel. And investigation, we are doing it collaboratively.
In Damaturu, Adam Yusuf, NTA News.
President Muhammadu Buhari has strongly condemned what he calls the unprovoked and cold-blooded murder of a Yobe State-based Islamic cleric, Sheikh Goni Aisami, by a Kala soldier he had offered a lift, as confirmed by the police reacting to the incident on Tuesday. President Buhari said that this barbaric murder of a compassionate man by a soldier he had assisted has no place in our training as soldiers, and it negates the entire ethos of military life, which is anchored on discipline and respect for the sanctity of innocent lives. According to the president, as the commander-in-chief, I am personally outraged by this criminal and wicked act by a law enforcement official trained to protect life. By our training, we are guided by a code of conduct that frowns on this kind of reckless and criminal act. It is not in our character and training to put innocent citizens in harm's way, of course. The action of this soldier is an isolated incident involving an individual, but it is capable of staining the collective image of our military. The president noted that this incident is capable of making citizens fearful of assisting soldiers, thereby destroying the bond of trust between military and civilians. He called on the military authorities to punish the perpetrators of this heinous crime without delay and flush out elements with such criminal tendencies. President Buhari condoled with Yobe State government, people of the state and family of the victim of this tragedy. Nigeria records 63.37% increase in the volume of non-oil exports between January and June 2022.
This is NTA News 24.
Parents and caregivers have been urged to take advantage of the newly introduced routine vaccination to immunize their children against Rota virus. Discussing the vaccination program on Good Morning Nigeria, public health providers say the federal government recently introduced the vaccine to avert the high mortality rate in under 5 children in Nigeria from Rota virus. Will directly avert over 110,000 deaths under 5 in the next 10 years. They urge traditional rulers to play a critical role in encouraging their followers and subjects to get vaccinated in order to avert rotavirus deaths in under 5 children in the next 10 years. This was while discussing rotavirus vaccination on Good Morning Nigeria.
We just don't want to just talk about being in the facility. We are reaching out to the families, to the community leaders, the stakeholders in the community to understand this is another gift from the government to the children. Okay. The future of tomorrow, to be protected from diarrhea disease that is deadly. No other things people have to know that this is a deadly disease. Rotavirus, diarrhea related to rotavirus is deadly. And the only solution to it is to be protected by being vaccinated. And once a child is vaccinated with other measures, and I'm also very pleased to hear that the vaccine supply will be continuous. So the issue of challenge of shortfall is not even there. The issue is that people should bring their children and be vaccinated. And if you reach any facility you don't have a describe there, please reach out to us. 080 33 142 463.
We want to recognize the great work that our governors are doing, local government chairmen are also doing. But we also want to send out a clear message that it is not just about the infrastructure. There's a lot of focus on renovating and building primary healthcare centers. But you build them, if you don't recruit the competent health workers, then they are going to be there.
As many communities continue to roll under flood across the whole federation, President Muhammad Buhari assures that the situation is under continuous monitoring and the government at the center will keep sending teams to assess the situation with a view to rendering necessary help. While expressing his concerns over the hardship being faced by people due to this natural calamity, the president noted that the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, had written to each of the 36 states of the Federation through states' respective governors advising on the appropriate action to be taken in view of the gloomy forecast of the rains this year. Each of the 3 tiers, the local government, the state government, and the federal government, has a sizable budget at its disposal, allocated monthly precisely for dealing with these state-level natural emergencies, as well as federal agencies dedicated to doing the same. Under the prevailing revenue allocation formula, 2.32% of derivation fund is set aside for ecological and disaster management. Of this amount, the 36 states and the FCT get 0.72%, the 774 local governments get 0.6%, adding to 1.32%, leaving a balance of 1% to the government of the Federation. The President commends the few states that are up in front making efforts to averting disasters and managing sin where they occur, while he gives the nation assurances that the federal government will continue to work closely with the state government to provide all possible assistance to overcome this challenge. The president expects that same time it must be seen as a shared responsibility. In other words, the response to emergencies must stand on the three-leg structure: flooding, droughts, wild weather patterns are now global experiences due to climate change, causing detrimental effects in all corners of the planet. And now in business, more entrepreneurs are taking strategic steps to developing their businesses as government creates access for market integration. More on this and other stories with Comfort Amodu.
The federal government has been evolving ways and implementing policies that will facilitate trade and position Nigerian products and produce in global and regional markets with the aim of making Nigeria a trade and investment hub. Aligning with the drive, entrepreneurs are positioning themselves to take advantage of the opportunities created to expand their businesses and cash flow to remain competitive.
I realize that where we are now, we should be ready for export. That is to say, we should start changing the type of packaging materials we use, quality of our packaging materials, and these are the things that should change our business plan completely to just not selling in Nigeria, but we need to sell in Africa, to sell across the group generally.
The financial sector is equally developing and improving the framework to deepen financial inclusion toward creating more access to financial services for businesses in the country.
We're a channel for intervention funds, but we're still a bank. So we're still in the business of banking, which is to take deposits from the surplus and then give to the deficit areas.
For export readiness, experts advocate enhanced capacity building and product aggregation in line with global standards.
Doing a PPP with private companies to set up processing facilities that smallholders can actually bring in and aggregate their product and process in those warehouses, and then put these products together and have one off-taker who off-takes these products and export.
In the equities market, stock market closed in red with a trade volume of 204,153,067. Here are the closing figures of all the trades on the floor. With business news, Comfort Amodu.
Now, Nigeria records 63.37% increase in the volume of non-oil exports between January and June 2022. The Executive Director, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, disclosed this while briefing newsmen on the progress made within Q2 of the year, and Comfort Amodu reports on non-oil exports performance so far.
In February 2022, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, as part of its drive to mainstream informal export, launched an Export for Survival campaign to grow the country's gross domestic products and foreign exchange earnings. This has brought significant growth in the non-oil export sector, as between January to June 2022, various Nigerian products were exported to 112 countries. Among the top 15 exported products in the first half year of 2022 were cocoa beans, sesame seed, urea fertilizer, and aluminium ingots. The manufacturing sector accounted for 36.28% of non-oil export. Raw agriculture products recorded 33.35%, while precious stones amounted to 13.22%. 572 companies were responsible for the growth of the non-oil export during the period.
Manufactured products got 36.28%, total of 4,146,534 metric tons of product, worth $2.5 billion US dollars were exported between January to June 2022.
Meanwhile, the NEPC is working with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and relevant MDAs to halt the rejection of Nigerian products in the international market.
The NEPC has finalized arrangements to embark on an interagency fact-finding visit to the United Kingdom to ascertain specific causes for rejection of imported commodities from Nigeria.
So far, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council has established 3 export trade houses in Egypt, Togo and Kenya to make Nigerian products competitive in global markets. In Abuja, Comfort, Amadu, NTA News.
Now, away from business. From next year, 2023, members of the Nigerian Bar Association will be able to order for their stamp and seal via an NBA app and pay for their practicing fees. This was disclosed by the president of the association, Olumide Apata, at his 62nd annual conference in Lagos. Annie Daniels has details.
The Nigerian Bar Association Annual General Conference is the association's flagship event. The historical success of previous conferences have made the conference a permanent fixture in the NBA calendar. As usual, in its 62nd edition, distinguished public figures, thought leaders and captains of industry have come under one roof to address crucial issues in law, business and governance. This plenary session is titled NBA in Transition, Conversation with the NBA President. It aims to once more remind legal practitioners of their roles to uphold the rule of law, especially as activities are in top gear for the 2023 general elections.
All of us must rise up and make this transition to good governance, better security, better prosperity, and better blessings for all Nigerians.
It's all about telling the government on what to do when it comes to shift of power. Movement of power. You should boldly say this is what happened or this was what happened and then deliver. That's all, in line with the provisions of the law.
President-elect NBA Yakubu Maikel SAN promised to ensure younger lawyers live out their dreams and work with his predecessor to advance technology to ease operations of the practitioners.
Our primary focus must be on justice. What does the justice of the situation dictate, given the set of rules and laws that we have, to guide our conduct in that particular situation? Once we do that, not only are we going to have a wonderful relationship amongst ourselves, we are going to create an atmosphere of development within the system. Everybody would be happy.
Over 2,000 lawyers from across Nigeria are attending the conference, and the message is play the game as stipulated by law, because the legal profession is a noble one. In Lagos, Annie Daniels, NTA News.
This is the news at 10. Still ahead. House of Representatives seeks establishment of a National Electoral Offences Commission.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Taraba State is located in the northeastern geopolitical zone of Nigeria. The state derived its name from the Taraba River, which crosses the southern part of the state. The state is bordered to the west by Benue and Plateau states and to the east by Cameroon. It is also referred to as the nature's gift to the nation. The reason for that is not far-fetched for sure. Tourism potentials which abound in the state, as well as numerous natural resources there, testify to that. From the Mambila Plateau, with its scenic beauty, Gashaka-Gumti National Park, which could rightly be termed primate's paradise owing to numerous primate species found there, and of course, Nigeria's largest national park, to Donga River, which provides such a beautiful riverbank with accompanying fishing viability among others, offer a visitor or tourist pleasing sights to enjoy while in Taraba State. The state is largely a land of hills and lowlands that fascinate visitors all year round. View now some sprawling rock formations that beg for exploration in the nature's gift to the nation. Bamboo rock formations are a famous wonder of nature that give a unique spread of rocks which have a human appearance with flowing down. Historically, bamboo rock plays a very significant role in the lives of the people in Bamboo community. Myth has it that the Bamboo rock formation offered protection to the people of Bamboo in the ancient times, a role it still plays today. During war times, the people of Bamboo in Usa local government area of Taraba State do not need to panic as their safety is guaranteed. The sound of trumpet, once blown for that purpose, does the magic. This, of course, is because the cave under the Bamboo rock opens for the entire people to hide inside it for as long as the war would last. For security reasons, however, we were not taken to the point of the cave's opening.
Especially during the time of war. If there is war, when there is a sound of trumpet, when the people of Congo heard that there is a sound of trumpet, they will run to that place. Then there is a hole under the mountain. The hole will just open. Then all the people will now run inside the hole, and the hole will just close naturally. Nobody will open it and nobody will close it. It will open and close naturally for the people to be safe. Actually, they were standing together like this. That is a female and a male. So when that explosion occurred, the two of them, they separate like this. Then after some time, they came back together like this, and they're in the same shape now.
In fact, the Bamboo rock formation does not only offer ready protection for Bamboo people, but does not even allow wars or fatal conflicts to engulf or even reach Pombo community. Therefore, aside the natural beautiful features of Pombo rocks, which are of tourist potentials when tapped, the feeling of security which the rocks provide makes the Pombo people enjoy living in the Pombo community. It makes them feel at home always. The magnificent Rofu rocks at Rofu village, also at Usa local government area, is another truly wondrous rock with historical significance in Taraba state. The rock has a long history. It was the first point of settlement of the people of Rofu. Like many ancient settlements in Nigeria, the people of Rofu settled at the top of the magnificent Rofu rock to evade attacks by enemies during wars in ancient times. This mighty and attractive rock indeed provided a safe haven for the Rofu people. They lived at the top of the rock. They farmed at the top of the giant rock where they hunted for wild animals for their balanced diet. Their source of water was also at the top of the rock, and life was surely enjoyable.
My father told me how our grandparents came and met this rock and settled on top of it. At that time, the rock was not in the open as it is today. It was inside a forest. Numerous big trees surrounded it. Then a lot of wild animals were there, including monkeys and even hyenas. We lived up the hill when I was still a small boy. Gradually, the forest which covered the rock was destroyed. Even the palm trees were seen around were so much more than what it contains today.
Monkey, they so gorilla masuna na wuri da musa masuna wuri to irin tarihin da suna bani kuma ni ma na zo na ga itatuwa da yawa wuri.
The rock served as a very important hideout where there were walls.
Around the rock at Rofu, there lie abundant solid mineral deposits which, when harnessed, would benefit the federal government's drive for the development of the solid mineral sector. Curiously, we set out while admiring the beauty of the Rofu rock to explore, at least to publicize, so as to encourage further exploration by relevant authorities the availability of solid mineral deposits.
Yeah, we have a large chunk of deposit of barrels and other solid minerals, as you mentioned. But the problem we have is that the government, both at the federal and state level, need to do a lot, because at the moment it is only the local miners that are engaged in these mining activities. We are appealing to the federal government to see how they can mobilize the Ministry for Solid Minerals to come and tap these minerals for the benefit of our community and the country at large.
Surely, our curiosity paid out as we were led to an abandoned illegal mining site. As the present Nigeria seeks to fortify the development of the solid mineral sector, Rofu village is open to contribute in that regard, in addition to the tourism potentials presented by the giant and historic Rofu rock. Interestingly, while exploring the tourism potentials of Rofu rock, our exploration reveals the abundant deposits of export quality woods gotten from Madrid trees which grow widely at Rofu environs, just like at numerous other places in Taraba state.
This Madrid, there are companies that are coming to fell these trees and carrying them out for business. So we are appealing to the government that they should assist us, and if there are any seedlings, they should bring for us so that we plant to replace the ones that they have fell down, so that we should not be affected by a drought or another thing in time to come. Government should look into the problem of our road, because just as it is now, from here to Takum, just some kilometers to Takum, we don't have potable, we don't have good road that will link us to Takum.
Multiple income generating environment you can call the Rofu village and its environs. This tourism potential rock at Rofu is attractive, and the surrounding holds a great future for the nation. While we explore the magnificence, beauty and historic significance of the Rofu rock, we might as well be making yet another discovery in terms of oil discovery. The claim by a member of Rofu community caught our attention, so we believe there is no harm in trying. He believes oil may be found in Rofu, specifically at a point where he had asked someone to dig a well for him.
Having grown up in the family house and got ready to have my own house, I got a plot of land and began to build my own house. As part of that, I contracted someone to dig a well for me. While he was doing that, a very strong and choking odor of oil forced me to stop. Being inside the well is oily, and the smell is that of crude oil. I strongly believe there is crude oil here. I therefore urge that further exploration be carried out, so that the benefit comes to our entire state and the country at large.
Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Intel 4G. Intel, live more.
Taraba State is dotted with high mountains and plains. We have shown some of the fascinating rocks which decorate these mountains. There is indeed more to be seen that would fascinate the viewer the more. The tourist, no doubt, will have true value for time and money. This takes us to Zing, local government area of the state. The move is to get to the sprawling rock formation at Bitako area of the local government. Before then, however, let us have a look at the Zendi mountain. It has enormous significance to Zing. This lion-faced mountain is one of the foremost tourist attractions in the area. Large deposits of solid minerals are found both around the Zendi mountain and spread all over Zing local government area of Taraba state. Solid minerals found in this area include diamond, silver, and gold, among others. These solid minerals, as well as the tourist sites when developed, would go in line with the need to diversify Nigeria's economic base.
As a community, has so many tourist catchment areas which supposed to have enhanced things, but because of the fact that resources have not been made available, effort has not been made earlier on, these available resources are still yet to be enhanced. We are calling on the present government and various individual investors we have both within the nation and then the international community to come and see to their own or by their own eyes of the famous resource we have in the land, in the community, so that it will give them an ample opportunity to create areas of revenue generation to the land and to themselves, because we have so many opportunities, so many resources to be enhanced in our land, which are yet to be tapped. And we call on the interested bodies, both within the nation and then the international wise, to come and harness these resources.
The Bitako Hills are sprawling rock formations situated in Zing, and the site as well as the spread of the formations are marveled at by both natives and visitors alike. The area where you have numerous postures of rock formations is massive and truly inviting to all types of visitors and tourists. If you really want to catch a beautiful sight that will soothe your mind as we view how nature has beautifully distributed formations of rock that will continue to linger, the place to be is Bitako in Taraba State, northeastern Nigeria. Between the numerous rock formations, beautifully spread are lands that are suitable for farming, and the locals take advantage of that. Although our visit to Bitako was towards the end of dry season with no rains yet, planting had begun.
They are making it fast for them to drop their seeds into the soil, so that whenever the vessel drops, it can now come and meet the already planted seeds inside the ground, because the seeds, the ground is already dried, so it cannot get the seeds rotting and then give a wider space before another rain comes up.
Heaps of yams are visible at some places to further show the fertility of the land area, which also display another aspect of beauty of the Bitako Hills valleys. The roots of any generation should not in any way be forgotten. At the center of the area covered by the numerous rock formations at Bitako, we came across a dry pond which the indigenes say is significant to the unity of Bitako people.
For long, let's say 15th to 16th centuries, our forefathers have been using this when we migrated or from Europe to this place. And that is why we align this place to be our center of focus. Even when the white man comes into our community here, as it is a pond where he stands with his horse and feed his horse with water. So that is why the Bitakos tag this place as an important aspect in the community, as a unity stand.
Bitako rock formation, with its spread, beauty and land, offer a nice and ideal picnic ground which could accommodate numerous groups of picnickers.
Bitako scenery is very, very nice. It's very, very good looking. There are mountains and the lowland. It's very attracting actually. So, as I earlier said, we have other places that we want the government to come and survey.
You see how attracting they are. So many tourist areas. Like actually Bitako comes first. Then if you go sideways around Lama Dinding and up the hill, there are very good tourist areas. But unfortunately it has not come to light to the government. So we will employ the government to at least come and see, with the aim of trying to activate them, to bring them to light, just to foster revenue generation, not only to the local government, but the state and the federation as a whole, if they are properly handled.
With the development in the film industry in Nigeria, Bitako rock formations, which are wide in their spreads, offer good locations for film productions. Scenic locations that can only be seen at Bitako abound. Try a trip to Bitako and have your holiday spent as you engage in sightseeing for at least a day. Surely it will be memorable. Nigeria's tourism sector would be given a boost once places like Bitako rock formations are given the desired attention. Remember, it is located in Taraba State, no doubt a nature's gift to the nation.
Hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTA. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window to the world.
This is no doubt one of the most beautiful beaches on the African continent and indeed the world. It is the Diani Beach. Diani Beach is a major beach on the Indian Ocean coast of Kenya in Eastern Africa. It is located 30 kilometers south of Mombasa in Kwale County. It has been voted Africa's leading beach destination several times since 2015. The beach is about 17 kilometers long from the Congo River to the north and Galu Beach to the south. The water remains shallow near shore with some underwater sandbars near the surface which allow wading with a clear view of the sandy bottom. Inland from the beach, there is extensive vegetation including numerous palm trees which cover the coastal areas. The general area is known for its coral reefs, black and white colobus monkeys, and for the closely located Simba Hills National Reserve, a wildlife reserve which looks out over the Indian Ocean. Diani is one of the most prominent tourism resort areas of Kenya. Tourists who take time to visit this beautiful wonder of nature will surely have a wide range of things to do as part of their experiences during the visit. One of them is deep sea diving. While you engage in this, you will deeply experience and appreciate one of the most beautiful sea lives in the world. A tourist who wishes and can afford it can also skydive. This gives you an opportunity to experience the beach from the air. As it relates to the water, the beach offers you an avenue to engage in numerous water sports, among which are wind surfing and kite surfing, among others. While there, you can also make a day tour to Wasini Island, which is a whole day tour, and no doubt your joy for the visit is heightened. Another marvelous experience you can have is when you camp on the beach. Here, the point of camping is Diani Beach, and you are offered a unique camping experience. Also amazing is to ride on the camel and have an experience very rare to many. The list of the things you can do at Diani Beach is endless. Therefore, only a visit to Kenya, and more specifically to Diani Beach, will present you the opportunity to experience these and many more. Indeed, numerous restaurants and supermarkets are situated to take care of your food and other demands. So, visit Diani Beach, have a walk on the sand, and enjoy other numerous experiences that only a visit to the beach can offer. Surely, Diani Beach is one of the most beautiful paradise on earth on the Kenyan coast, East Africa, yet a blessing to the African continent.
over the hardships being faced by people due to this natural calamity. The president noted that the National Emergency Management view of the gloomy forecast of the rains this year. Each of the three tiers, the local government, the state government, and the federal government, has a sizable budget at its disposal allocated monthly precisely for dealing with these state-level natural emergencies, as well as federal agencies dedicated to doing the same. Under the prevailing revenue allocation formula, 2.32% of derivation fund is set aside for ecological and disaster management. Of this amount, the 36 states and the FCT get 0.72%. The 774 local governments get 0.6%, adding to 1.32%, leaving a balance of 1% to the government of the Federation. The president commends the few states that are up in front doing a yeoman's effort, averting disasters and managing same where they occur, while he gives the nation assurances that the federal government will continue to work closely with the state governments to provide all possible assistance to overcome this challenge. The president expects the same time must be seen as a shared responsibility. In other words, the response to emergencies must stand on the three-leg structure. Flooding, drought, wild weather patterns are now global experiences due to climate change, causing detrimental effects in all corners of the planet. And First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, reaffirmed her commitment to engaging private sector and other development partners towards ending tuberculosis in Nigeria. The First Lady stated this in a message during the courtesy visit of the Executive Director, Stop TB Partnership, Dr. Lucisa Ditiu.
Over the last 2-3 years, Nigeria is between the very few countries that showed amazing progress in spite of the COVID and in spite of all the problems.
We must put in place some structures that will facilitate continuity. What we are after is sustainable development.
And that's the news update at this time. Join us at 1 for another. Good morning.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to another fantastic edition of Lifelines with Mima. Thank you for joining us today. It's an unusual episode today, and it's all about sugar daddies, side chicks, and how these girls affect families. It's going to be exciting. There's going to be a lot of action. It promises to be a wonderful edition, so it's a good time to call a friend and grab a jotter and a pen, because you know what? On Lifelines, you always learn something new. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You are mad! How dare you! I will kill me! Oh my God. You can't even speak good English. You can't even speak good English. This month is leaving me for you. Ugly thing. Excuse me, madam. Madam, wait. I thought he has taste for good women and beautiful women. He's cheating on me with you. You are so ugly. thought I'll fire you, eh?
Madam, see, look at where you are.
No,
Look at where you are.
it doesn't matter at this point. What do you do with this woman? It doesn't matter. God save you. I'm going to save you. You still have mouth to talk. You are shameless. So what? Look at what Desmond is going after. I am dead. Look at what Desmond is going after. Look at what Desmond is going after. She's very ugly. Ugly thing indeed.
Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with Mima, and I introduced a very sensitive topic to you. With me now, I have our client for today, Mrs. Rota. Madam, you're very welcome.
Thanks, Mima. It's my pleasure.
Thank you for coming. Wow. It was a tough one the other day. You were very upset.
Mima, it has not been easy at all.
I know.
It has not been easy at all. That young lady has refused to allow me enjoy my marriage.
Like, rather than fight in public, don't you think that there are other ways that you could have handled this situation?
It was not my intention to embarrass myself. I don't just know what came over me. I couldn't just take it anymore. I couldn't.
How about your husband? Have you spoken to him about this? Have you confronted him?
Mima, you are talking as if you don't know men anymore. You'll always deny it. You will. I saw his chats with the lady where he promised her a whole lot of things. Even marriage. Mima.
Wow. I think it's time for us to invite this young lady so we can hear her own side of the story. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with Mima. We've spoken to Mrs. Rhoda, but now we have with us Miss Doshima. I think it's important that we hear from her too. You are welcome.
Thank you, Mima. It's my pleasure.
Coming. Okay, so Mrs. Rhoda here is accusing you of having an affair with her husband, a secret affair with her husband. Is this true?
Well, Mima, I don't know what you mean by secret. The truth is, her husband and I are friends. We are dating and we are in love. That's all.
You are shameless. At this point, you still do not have remorse. I pity the womb that brought you into existence.
Calm down, madam. Okay, let me ask you another question. Why are you choosing to be with a married man?
I did not choose to be with a married man. Huh? He came after me. I did not go after him. Huh? He's a married man. It's normal with men. Okay? I had no reason to date him. He told me his marriage was not going well. And he has intention to get another wife. Personally, I don't have a problem with polygamy. I see it as a choice. Look, I don't like trouble. But if trouble comes, no problem. If she had done her homework well and taken care of her husband, would he have come after me and other women? Or does she think that I'm the only side chick her husband is dating?
Do whatever that you are called. I am going to so deal with you that you will remember your wretched...
Madam, please calm down. Please calm down. I know you're upset, but please take a minute, calm down. Right? Let me ask you another question. Do you know the full implication of polygamy? Are you aware of what you want to get into?
Well, not everything. But I know that my sugar daddy is rich enough to take care of both of us. Mima, a lot of married women just get on believing that because they are already married, they cannot take care of themselves, take care of their husband, take him out, have good sex, and so on. All they do is get lazy and shabby after childbirth. And it's not my fault, too. It's not my fault.
I'm coming for your head. you will know the person you are dealing with.
Calm down, madam. Please calm down, please. Well, you speak about married women as if you've been married before. Have you been married before? Do you have any children?
No. But I know a lot of married women and I see a lot of things. Mima, there are a lot of young ladies out there who are seriously looking for sugar daddy to foot their bills. Mima, young girls take care of their bodies, do breast and body surgeries just to get the right sugar daddy. Married women should wake up and smell the coffee instead of chasing their husband's side chicks who are trying to keep their husbands happy. Anyway, I don't have a problem with dating an older married man as long as he's still taking care of his family.
You just entered your last vehicle.
Madam,
I'm coming for you.
It's okay.
I'm coming for you. I don't even know how to qualify you.
Calm down. Please calm down. Please calm down. Okay. Well, I need to talk to you, Elizabeth. You haven't been married before and you've not had children yet. So you may never understand what she is going through and the sacrifices she has had to make. On top of that, why do you think that the same man that would treat his first wife this way will treat you any different when you become a second wife? Chances are that what happened to the kettle that is black will also happen to the new kettle and make it black. So for that reason, you need to pause and understand and think about it very well. Understand the full implication of what you're getting yourself into. Okay. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with Mima, and we're treating the subject of side chicks today. With me now in our situation room, I have my team members. Let's hear what they think about this critical matter. They are all very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For having us.
Boring.
Oh, it's thank
Maybe small fight too. Let me start with you, Amaka. What do you think?
I'm still wondering what is going to make a young girl fight a wife over her husband. They nerve. I just think it comes from a place of greed, honestly, because she's obviously with the man for financial benefits, which is the definition of this sugar daddy relationship, sugar dating, sugar, whatever names you want to call it. I just believe that if she had self-esteem or something doing, she won't need the man for his money. And she doesn't need to get into petty fights with somebody's wife or her husband. It's disgraceful. I'm really disappointed.
I think it depends. It depends on the angle they are coming from. You know, there's angle of depression, there's angle of elevation. So even if it's triangle, angle is angle. So yes, because of you. Let me tell you, why won't you fight for what belongs to you? Because yes, they say yes. The kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violent take it by force.
But she's married to him. Why fight when she's already married?
The man will tell you stop action.
Fine, I get where you're coming from, right? I get where both of you are coming from. But my own wahala is with the woman, the wife. I don't understand why you go confronting a side chick in public and confronting a side chick at all. What do you have with a side chick? What about your husband? Your husband is your husband. He's in the same bed with you or in the same house with you. I mean, there are couples who don't share the same bed. But you share the same house. This is your husband. You took vows together. She called it for herself. Yeah. There are ways to flog this man.
My issue would actually be with the man. Why won't men be content?
How are we not content?
Okay, let me ask you. You want the woman to stick to you alone, right?
Yes.
But you can't stick to the woman. Why?
Oh, because I'm entitled. I'm entitled. If I can get another wife, how do I get another wife without getting a
woman is entitled to get another man.
No, which culture and tradition?
Culture support what you're saying.
You see, woman, it's your God-given duty.
Okay, so you want your wife eating only this your melon soup.
But you want to eat all time.
You want to eat all time. You want to eat everything on her.
First of all, it's not melon.
It's what?
But second, no, you see, variety is a mixture of. It's a mixture of different things.
Variety is the spice of life, right?
Yes. Yes.
What is good for the goose is good for the...
No, but it depends on...
Okay, so let's get final opinion before we go. Amaka, what do you think? What's your closing advice?
The onus for me is on the lady, honestly. Find your self-worth. Wherever she left it, wherever she dumped it, she needs to find it. For you to go to the extent of being with someone else's husband for financial gain, there is a problem. Whatever he's giving you, you can make for yourself.
Okay, how about you? Again, what do you think?
My final word for the man will be, whatever attracts the man to the side chick, it should make the wife tame, so he can be content with the wife at home.
Sherry, how about you?
Well, for me, I always say this, that there's this mentality some women, a lot of women around have. You know, when I'm married, all that energy I put to looking good, sounding sexy, trying to make myself appeal to the man, you know, like I'm too busy catering for kids and all that. My problem is with the woman. I think she needs to communicate more with the man, not aggressively. A typical Nigerian man loves respect. You understand? So you need to calm down. That's even where you get the man. You know, pamper, pet him and ask him what he wants.
Okay, finally, your own closing words.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying something different from what I've said before. Fight for what is your own.
Yes. Wow.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Okay, so
some people pay school fees.
we don't seem to agree on this subject. We don't seem to agree on this subject. Let's take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with me, ma'am. And I still have with me Mrs. Rota and Miss Doshima. Before we go further, I'd like to talk to you about the full implications of dating another woman's husband or planning polygamy. It's bigger than you think, and marriage is more complicated than you think. It's not just about how good you look and all. There's so much more attached to it. You're a bright young lady. What is wrong with you finding your own man? Why do you need to share if you have the opportunity of finding your own man? Building a home, starting something with him and building just like this woman has done. There's nothing wrong with polygamy, but it's something that both parties from the inception need to have agreed on. Now, in this kind of situation where there's no agreement from the beginning and this is happening, of course you know she won't take it well. And you know the thing about life is that what goes around comes around. One day you may be the married woman that a side chick will haunt. And so for your own good, you should really have a rethink about these things. I know that he provides you everything, but the truth is this: all those things are vanity. Material things shouldn't define you. You as a woman and a strong person yourself should be able to go out there, make your own money, be rich and comfortable, instead of depending on a sugar daddy. Okay? Okay, do you have anything to say to Mrs. Rhoda?
Honestly, Mima, my pastor preached about the same thing last Sunday, and here you are saying the same thing again. My parents didn't raise me this way.
Good.
Honestly, I just got carried away by all the flashy things, and Ma, I'm really, really sorry.
Well, at the end of the day, it is not your fault. It is my wayward husband that has caused all of this. But you must know that I started with him when he had nothing. Stood by him, prayed for him, helped him work in the company to grow the company into what you are saying today. I forgive you. I forgive you. And I pray you change for good, so that karma will not catch up with you when you get married eventually. I forgive you. I forgive you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Rhoda. You have such a big heart. You are so kind. Thank you. We really do appreciate this. Okay? Thank you, Dushima. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mima.
I hope that you do better moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you. I promise to take a new leaf. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you have it. Let's take it one day at a time. Eventually, we'll get there. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with me, man. We're treating the subject of sugar daddies and side cheeks. I still have with me Mrs. Rota. Madam, how are you feeling now?
Thank you, Mima. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To be honest with you, it has not been easy. Basically, I have lost interest in everything and anything that, has to do with looking good for my husband.
Oh, wow.
Since he started his cheating hobby. I think I need your help, Mima. I need your help.
Don't worry, I'm with you now. Definitely, we'll do some therapy to help you as a couple, you and your husband. Okay. We'll work on this marriage and see how to make things good. But as wives, we need to do our own part. I'm not saying that even if you roll your head on the floor for a man, if he wants to cheat, he'll still cheat. But let's not become the reason why a man goes to cheat. And the first thing is being troublesome, quarrelsome, and aggressive. Okay? Feminism these days has painted a picture that makes it look like you need to fight like a man, be violent and aggressive before you can get anything from men. But that's not true. We are women for a reason. I am a very traditional African woman, and so the kind of counsel I give might be controversial, but the truth is this: it's not possible that two captains will take care of a ship. There's really no competition. We as women, we've been blessed with our own power, and we should be feminine. So there's no need to try to be like a man or try to think that violence and aggression can get you anywhere with a man, especially not an African man. So we need to learn other ways, gentler ways, nicer ways, kinder ways of relating with our husbands to get them to do what we want them to do. As much as possible, we also need to check ourselves. Check your marriage account. If you do not deposit anything in your marriage account, it will be empty. So you cannot withdraw anything from it. So you have to deposit love, sacrifice, everything, joy, peace, there. He has his role to play, and I'm going to ensure that I sit on his neck to buckle up and change his ways and work on his mindset, right? But I also need your support. You need to get out of this. You need to not allow all of this determine who you are. You need to become strong, beautiful, and alive again. Okay?
Yes. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. You don't know what you have just done for this woman sitting before you. You have just touched me from within. Thank you. You are indeed a blessing to humanity. God will bless you.
Amen. I'll see you in therapy, okay?
No problem.
Alright. There you have it. At the end of the day, peace, joy, and love is all that truly matters. There's more after the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're still watching Lifelines with me, ma'am. Welcome to our guest corner. Today we're treating the subject of sugar daddies and their side cheeks. With me now I have Mr. Ibu, who is here to give us his counsel on the matter. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir. So, sir, we have this bit of a situation here where a woman finds out that her husband has a mistress outside and goes after the mistress to fight the mistress. Fortunately, it became a very rowdy fight and we had to intervene.
It's a big mistake to the lady who goes to fight another woman outside. The risk is there. The woman you're going to meet, you don't know how prepared she is.
Yeah.
She may give you an injury that you will never forget in life. The woman or the girl in question was persuaded into the game by the husband. So she was on her own. The man asked her out and she agreed. Alright?
And in the course of the game, the wife of the man now finds out. Yeah. Fine. I think the woman should be able to control herself and face her husband.
Not the girl.
Not the girl at all.
Okay, so how about the husbands that are having side chicks while married at the same time?
The risk is there. Because if by mistake she got pregnant, it's no longer a secret.
It's a big problem. Okay, sir. Okay, finally, sir. How about the young lady involved? What advice do you have for her?
The young lady involved agreed with all her heart. So the man should be able to take care of that girl and make her happy.
So he should continue taking care of her, or he should be...
No. It should be systematic in the whole game. Because this time around, your wife is aware. And her life is at risk.
It's true.
You understand? So if you are continuing with the girl, just map out plans that can accommodate both of you without harm. But it's not good. It's not good. If you marry, keep your wife. Take your eye away from away match. Because that away match will put you into trouble.
Big trouble.
You lose all the game. Probably when you're coming back, your wife would have gone to their place with the kids. You will not know what to do in life. So men should be precautious. You might even spin a girl. The girl will go corner, go to tell your wife, look at this, your man they asked me how to.
And embarrass you.
Whether you like it or not.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you've missed out on quite a bit, but you can catch all of it on our website, www.lifelineswithmima.com. Before we go, I'd like to leave a little something with you. For my girls out there, hey, they say whatever goes around does come around. The truth remains that if you do not become a woman of yourself, building yourself, growing, and making your own home, it's not a good idea or a wise thing to try to take over another woman's home. Because in the end, what happened to the first wife would definitely happen to you too. It's important that we know that no man was born successful just like that. Somebody has done the work. So are you willing to do the work to build yours? This question you must ask yourself every single day. If you are a runt girl, a side chick, or whatever it's called, hey, that is a shameful title. And so please, 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 we should not celebrate it. Let's be cautious. For my women out there, hey, I know there's no excuse for cheating and our husbands go overboard sometimes. But the truth is that some of us don't make life easy for them. Some of us nag too much. We make too much trouble. We forget to look good and take care of our husbands just because we feel secure. We've had children. We're married. There's no going anywhere. It shouldn't be so. Marriage is difficult work. So you need to put in the work, keep it going, keep the passion there, put energy into it. From all of us here, and until we see you next time, don't forget that you don't need to go through life's issues alone. You know why? Mima cares.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Thank you for joining us on the program from the National Assembly. I am Ignatius Ukwo. Today the Senate will not be sitting, and because of that we'll bring to you a package on a one-day public hearing by the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, where Senate considered and subjected 8 bills to public hearing. These include a bill that seeks to provide legal backing for federal government policy on cassava inclusion. The presidential initiative on cassava, launched in 2003, was designed to make cassava a viable foreign earner for Nigeria and to encourage Nigerians to consume bread made from cassava flour. 19 years down the line, the intent of the policy is yet to be achieved, especially as Nigerians are now faced with stifling cost of reliance on wheat bread. The need to put heads together to enforce this policy, and the bill seeking to make it a law has passed second reading in the Senate and thrown up to members of the public for input.
Today's hearing is aimed at receiving inputs from stakeholders and the general public with a bid to come up with relevant legislations that will promote agriculture in Nigeria. You will recall that these important bills were read first and second time in the hallowed chamber of the Senate as per our practice. A cursory look at the bills will reveal to us that they are out to serve similar goals and purposes: to ensure food security and healthy diet for all our citizens, to create jobs, development of the sector, of the agricultural sector through various value chains, and to reposition the agricultural sector in our economy. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, let me reiterate that the committee will, under your leadership, reposition the agricultural sector in this country to increase its contribution to the gross domestic products, GDP, and achieve the objective of the Global Food Organizational policies. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, invited guests, this public hearing is to consider 8 bills, namely, number 1, the Nigerian Research Institute of Fisheries and Aquaculture, Bakassi, Establishment Bill 2020. Number 2, an act to provide a legal framework for the cassava inclusion policy of the federal government, to encourage cassava farming, create a sustainable market for the produce, and for other matters connected therewith, 2022. Number 3, National Food Safety and Quality Bill 2020. 4, Donkey Slaughter Regulation and Export Certification Bill 2020. Number 5, National Veterinary Research Institute Gombe Establishment Bill 2021. Federal College of Agriculture Abuja, Cross River State Establishment Bill 2022. Federal College of Agriculture Isionu, Ekiti State Establishment Bill 2022. Federal College of Agriculture Technology Opia Lojapo, Benue State Establishment Bill 2022. Distinguished colleagues, permit me to go through the bills in summarized form to give us some insight into what each bill entails. The first bill, an act to provide a legal framework for the cassava inclusion policy of the federal government, to encourage cassava farming, create a sustainable market for the produce, and for other matters connected therewith, 2022, SB 923. This bill was sponsored by my amiable former committee chairman and the current chairman of our great party, the All Progressive Congress, APC, His Excellency, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Adamu, CON, Turakin Kefi, Nasarawa West Senatorial District, and was referred to the committee for further legislative action. This bill seeks to provide a legal framework for the inclusion of cassava flour in baking and all-purpose flour production and for other related matters. The bill is aimed at the provision of incentives that would encourage farmers to engage in farming cassava in large quantities that can sustain the Nigerian populace by making cassava flour readily available for our baking needs. Cassava is widely used in the production of so many raw materials and in the baking industry. Hence, the need to put in place adequate provision of law to create an enabling business environment for making for marketing of cassava and its flour accordingly. When passed into law, it will create market opportunities for Nigerian cassava farmers with the aim of ultimately reducing importation of wheat and other commodities as well as boost our livelihood. Bill number 2. The Nigerian Research Institute of Fisheries and Aquaculture, Bakassi, Establishment Bill 2020. The bill was sponsored by Senator Gerson Bassi, Cross River South Senatorial District. This bill seeks to establish the Nigerian Institute of Fisheries and Aquaculture for fisheries and aquaculture research, education and training in Nigeria. The objective of this bill is to conduct multidisciplinary and collaborative research on fish ecology, population, dynamics, stock assessment, and general aquatic ecology. It aims at collecting and disseminating scientific information on fisheries and other aquatic resources as well as related natural products, education, and training by the Institute. More so, the bill, when established, will facilitate the study and identification of suitable species. It will equally cater for culture, including development, adoption, transfer, rearing technology, procedure, to study chemical and physical processes that affect the productivity of aquatic ecosystem. It has in place a monitoring process for water quality and pollution in fresh and marine water environments. The mechanization and improvement of the methods of fish farming, harvesting, processing, preservation, and mass production of fish, studying pests and diseases of fish and their control are all inclusive in the bill. Bill number 3, National Food Safety and Quality Bill 2020. The bill was sponsored by Senator Kyari Abubakar Shuai, Borno North, who is presently the Deputy Chairman North for our great party. The objective of the bill is to provide the regulatory framework to protect the health of consumers from hazards which may be present in food and animal feed, establish the general principles of official control of food and feed safety, the obligations of food and feed business operations, and to define the functions and powers of the institutions of federal and state government with the objective of ensuring that food and feed safety risks are effectively managed. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this bill is seeking to establish national food safety and quality management to ensure food quality, food safety, address public health and barrier to trade, and also to conduct a regular monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the national food safety system. Bill number 4, Donkey Slaughter Regulation and Export Certification Bill 2020. The bill was sponsored by Senator Yahya Abubakar Abdullahi, KB North Senatorial District, and was equally referred to the Committee for Further Legislative Action. The bill, when passed into law, will seek to regulate the slaughter of donkeys, establish the breeding and ranching of donkeys through the export certification value chain, to mitigate the extinction of donkeys given their aesthetics, ecological, educational, historical, recreational, and scientific value to the nation. Bill number 5, National Veterinary Research Institute, Gombe, Establishment Bill 2021. The bill was sponsored by Senator Saidu Ahmad Alkali, Gombe Central Senatorial District, and was also referred to the Committee for Further Legislative Action. The bill seeks to establish the National Veterinary Research Institute, Gombe. The institute will be charged with the responsibility of facilitating researches in animal diseases, treatment, control, nutrition, and standardization of manufactured animal feeds in the country. This particular bill is basically bordering on the issues of livestock production. The bill constitutes a very important component of the agricultural sector in a developing economy. The intent of the bill is beyond direct food production to include research into multipurpose uses of other variables such as skin, fiber, fertilizer, and fuel. Bill number 6, Federal College of Agriculture, Ogoja, Cross River State, Establishment Bill 2022. The bill was sponsored by Senator Agom Jaribe, Cross River North. The bill, like others, is an establishment bill seeking the creation of a Federal University of Agriculture in Abuja, Cross River State. The objective of the bill is to encourage the advancement of learning and to create, develop, and offer an academic professional program in agricultural courses in the school. It is basically emphasizing on the need to train agriculturists that are knowledgeable enough to handle the basic principles of agricultural sector. This bill will promote scholarship and research in various fields of learning and human endeavor. Bill number 7, Federal College of Agriculture, Isionu, Ekiti State, Establishment Bill 2022. The bill was sponsored by Senator Olujimi Biodun, Ekiti South Senatorial District, and referred to the committee for further legislative action. The bill seeks to establish the Federal College of Agriculture, Isionu, Ekiti State. The objective of the bill is to develop and offer academic and professional programs leading to the award of certificates such as first degree, postgraduate research, diploma, and higher degrees. Bill number 8, Federal College of Agriculture Technology, Opialu, or JAPO, Benue State Establishment Bill 2022. The bill was sponsored by Senator Abamoro, Benue South Senatorial District. This bill seeks to provide for the establishment of Federal College of Agricultural Technology, Opialu, or JAPO, Benue State, to offer full-time courses leading to the award of certificates and to identify the agricultural technology problems and needs of Nigeria and to find solutions to them within the context of overall national development. The objective of this bill is to develop and offer academic and professional programs leading to the award of professional certificates, first degrees, postgraduate research, diploma and higher degrees with emphasis on planning, adaptive, technical, maintenance, developmental, and productive skills in the agricultural sector. Mr. President, my highly respected distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in response to the committee's call for the submission of memoranda from stakeholders, be rest assured that your contributions at this hearing will form part of the committee's report to the Senate for consideration and further legislative action.
I am pleased to be here at this hearing on 8 important bills following the resolution of the Senate that these bills should be referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development for further legislative action. The procedure is in line with our practice as it is also consistent with the desire to expand our range of consultation to enable us to have all inputs before final decisions are taken. It is in the light of this that we have invited you all, considering the significant roles you are playing as stakeholders in agricultural development and the related sectors. As you may observe, the 8 bills cover a broad spectrum of issues which center around strengthening or growing the legal mechanism in the operation of a sector that is vital to the government's plan for self-sufficiency in food production and for the diversification of the economy. It is a fact that the agriculture and rural development sector are viable options for economic growth, considering our enormous human resources potentials and our natural endowment as a vast country. While we have been making frantic efforts at harnessing these potentials, we also have to be focused on the regulatory framework to sustain its governance structure in the interest of enhanced productivity. It is the reason we have invited you, and I'm assured that we will make the best use of this opportunity and consider the adequate preparations that the committee has made for this event. It is against this backdrop that I welcome you all once more, and it is now my pleasure to declare the public hearing open.
The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development is vested with the mandate of Agriculture and Rural Development. The ministry is made up of about 11 technical departments, 46 agencies and parastatals, including 4 federal universities. In order to fulfill its mandate, the ministry recently secured the approval of the Federal Executive Council for the implementation of a new agricultural policy for the country. That is the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy, NATIP 2022 to 2027. The NATO targets an implementation strategy that includes the application of innovation and technology for agricultural development in Nigeria. Research, training, and extension are key to the attainment of sustainable agricultural development. The bills under consideration center on the establishment of research institutes, universities, and colleges of agriculture, and regulation of production and processing of agricultural products. The ministry has received so many requests for establishment of research institute and colleges of agriculture. But after due consideration, the ARCN, that is the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, was mandated to come up with criteria for consideration in view of the fact that many of such requests fall short of expectation in the area of space, commitment of the community requesting, funding, and student intake. In fact, many of our colleges and research institutes are under threat to incessant harassment of staff and encroachment by communities who actually voluntarily donated lands, but now coming back to attempt to reclaim those lands. For the purpose of this public hearing, I have grouped the bills into 3 categories. 1, bills for the establishment of federal universities and colleges of agriculture. 2, bills for the establishment of research institute. And 3, bills on the regulations for production and processing of agricultural commodities. Category 1, regulation of production and processing of agricultural commodities. The bills in this category 1 include Donkey Slaughter and Regulation and Export Certification Bill 2021, Cassava Flour Mandatory Inclusion in Flour Production Bill 2022, National Food Safety and Quality Bill 2020, and 4, a bill to repeal the National Fertilizer Quality Control Act and enact the National Fertilizer and Agricultural Pesticide Control 2022. The first one, the Donkey Slaughter Regulation and Export Certification Bill, seek to, rather than outlaw the slaughter of donkeys, seem to be proposing its slaughter. For information, the donkey is considered an endangered species. A lot needs to be done on this bill to be able to reframe it to seek the prohibition of its slaughter. Already, some states like Borno State had enacted ban on the slaughter and mass transportation of the beasts of burden, copy attached. It is also noteworthy that agriculture is on the concurrent list, and the federal government should not be perceived as doing things that contradict the activities of the state. We recommend that these bills be reworked towards prohibition. And Mr. Chairman, just to mention, back in 2002, 2003, when I was a member of the Kaduna State House of Assembly, I sponsored a bill with other co-sponsors that banned the transportation and exportation of donkeys out of Kaduna State, and that law still subsists. The second, third, and fourth bills are in order, and we believe that they will help in regulating food safety and improve local content utilization. Mandatory inclusion of cassava has long been overdue in Nigeria. This issue has long been under consideration, and I pray the National Assembly will expedite action on it. National food safety is also very important, and therefore the need to take the necessary steps to achieve it. Similarly, incorporating agro-pesticides control into the Fertilizer Act is consistent with best practices and will go a long way at promoting the production of wholesome food while reducing the high level of reject of some agricultural products emanating from the country. The ministry is in support of these bills, Mr. Chairman. Second, establishment of federal universities and colleges of agriculture. The two bills that are being proposed to establish federal colleges of agriculture, one at Iso Orun, Ekiti State, and the other one in Opialu, Ojapo, Benue State. There is also one for the Federal University of Agriculture in Abuja, Cross River State. These are in addition to about 21 other currently before the National Assembly. The two bills being considered in this public hearing are for states that currently don't have federal colleges of agriculture. There's a federal college and polytechnic in every state of the federation. However, this is not the case for federal colleges of agriculture. Accordingly, the ministry, in order to reach out to all other states, has proposed a deliberate policy of establishing campuses and outreach centers for most of our colleges. The ones currently under consideration are for Ungo River State, and also Enugu Oku Anambra State, Wase Plateau State, and Otuo Edo State. This is in the interim. Is a good measure to reach out to areas of need. We support the creation of these colleges in order to mitigate the challenges of food security and the need to train a critical mass of human resource for the agricultural sector. We also need to make the training of students in the university and colleges of agriculture more practically oriented, so that the graduate will not be job seekers, but rather agropreneurs. As for the bill seeking to establish the Federal College of Agriculture, Abuja, I wish to remind the Honorable Committee that Federal University of Agriculture are under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and not the Federal Ministry of Education. The bill should reflect this, please. 3, and final, establishment of research institute. The public hearing today is also considering the proposal for establishment of 2 national agricultural research institute, the National Veterinary Research Institute, NVRI, and Gombe, and the Nigerian Research Institute of Fisheries and Agriculture, Bakassi. As a policy, our research institutes are produce-based. We have research institute and with specific mandate for different agricultural commodities. Consequently, the National Institute for Veterinary Research in VOM has the mandate for what is proposed in Gombe, while the National Institute for Freshwater Fisheries, New Busa, and the Nigerian Institute for Marine and Oceanography Research have the mandate for what is being proposed in Bakassi. The NVRI VOM is doing well in the production of vaccine for our livestock industry in spite of the very low budgetary provision. Recently, the World Health Organization is considering the institute for the production of human vaccine, including the COVID-19 vaccines, snake venom vaccines, and other veterinary products. Similarly, Neoma and NAFRI are doing well in fisheries and aquaculture, nutrition, health, product development, natural resource management, and extension farming system. The ministry has mandated the institute to establish outreach stations to cater for the research needs of the country and expand their coverage. Currently, NVRI has 6 zonal offices outstations and presently in 23 states of the Federation. Also, Neoma and NVRI have a total of 19 outreach stations across the country. Accordingly, FAMAD views the bills for an act to establish National Veterinary Research Institute in Gombe and that of the Nigerian Institute of Fisheries in Bakassi as a duplication of the functions and mandate of the existing research institute. We fear that attempt to establish new ones may further deplete the constrained financial resources of this institute. And finally, Mr. Chairman, the ARCN Act Amendment 2021. The Senate may be reminded that ARCN Amendment Act 2021 recently passed and assented to by Mr. President made the following provisions for establishment of research institute and colleges of agriculture. 1. The process for establishment of research institute and colleges of agriculture, the status of governing boards of the research institute and colleges, which was replaced by the technical committee. 3. The mandate of research institute and colleges clearly outlined. And 4. The supervisory role of the research institute, colleges and universities of agriculture, all placed under Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. I wish to also refer the committee to Part 2, Section 5.1 of the ARC and Principal Act, Cap A12, for the establishment of Research Institute, and Part VA, Section 14A of ARC and Amendment Act 2021 for the establishment of Colleges of Agriculture. Similarly, I would like to also refer you to Section 14, Subsection 1A, for a constitution of a technical committee in place of the governing board for the Research Institute and Colleges. Also refer to Part 1, Part B1, Section 19 of the Principal Act and Section 19 of the ARC and Amendment Act 2021 for the interpretation of minister. It is critical to review and align the bills for the establishment of the proposed Federal Colleges of Agriculture to the provision of the ARC and Act.
I'm here particularly on the issue of a bill that has to do with donkey value chain. In 2018, I sponsored a bill in the House of Reps to prohibit the killing and the slaughter and donkey and its carcasses and derivatives. I sponsored that bill, but it was recommitted in the 9th Assembly when we held public hearing. We invited people from across, people came all the way from United Kingdom, from US, from Kenya, for this particular important bill. What the bill seeks to achieve is to prohibit entirely the killing and the killing and the export of donkey skin to China, because China, they are using this skin for their own Chinese traditional medicine called Ijio. So it's only in donkey you can get gelatin, which is a necessary ingredient for the making of Ijio. So in the whole world, the population of donkey has decimated to less than 40 million now. And with the current trend, according to United Nations, in the next 10 years, you will not have donkey. And this animal, because of its importance by the United Nations, it was recognized that it's an animal that is so important, one of the best, cheapest, and the most enduring means of transport to the world marginalized people. The United Nations is referring to about 800 million people worldwide that use this animal. So this animal is facing extinction, and it's an animal that you cannot breed a large number because of the very low fecundity. The fertility rate is extremely low. Even China and other advanced countries that want to breed it in large number, they could not do it. So the only option is to come to third world countries and start killing donkeys and taking their skin. I've been invited to different conferences and fora, both at the United Kingdom House of Commons, the United Nations Environmental Agency, and many international fora. I think as late as last 2 months, we are in Kenya with the Honorable Minister of Agri, and he saw what the Kenyan Minister of State told him. They were so happy with us. They have taken our stand. They have banned the killing and export of donkey. So not only that, Mr. Chairman, we are the voice of the voiceless. In this case, the donkey has no voice. The owners of donkeys are the lowest rung of the pyramid of the society. So they cannot protect their interests. This animal that sells between 15 to 20,000 now sells at about 150 to 200,000. So the farmers cannot afford. People are going in the night to poach this animal. So the major beneficiary in this trade is Dong A. In China is the leading donkey merchant in the world with a profit of $293 million in 2016. to the detriment to the rural people of Africa and Caribbean and other countries of the world. Mr. Chairman, just last October, this is a communique, high-level ministerial meeting of ECOWAS Specialized Technical Committee on Food and Agriculture in ECOWAS. So part of the recommendation where they adopted is recommendation number 9. The ministers indicated their support for the initiative to ban animal abuse in general and donkey slaughter in particular, and confirm the alignment of national strategies with regional and global strategy for pests and ruminants. So, Mr. Chairman, Nigeria is a signatory to these treaties. All over the world, the trend now, everywhere, they are banning this trade. If not, in the next 10 years, there will be no donkey. So, Mr. Chairman, there is nothing like donkey value chain. It's some Shylocks that kill our donkeys and take the skin to China, with Nigeria getting nothing out of it. Then they will come and claim that they want to have a ranch. In Nigeria, there is no ranch anywhere for donkey all over the world. There is no place where you breed them in large number. So you should be aware, Mr. Chairman, I know my bill has been lying for concurrence in the Senate for the past 3 years. So we're expecting the committee to toe the line of the global trend and movement and ban the trade in this animal.
The establishment of the Nigerian Research Institute of Fisheries and Aquaculture to be established in Bakassi local government area in the Southern Senatorial District of Cross River State. I also thank my colleagues for granting me this opportunity to say a few words. I think we are all familiar with the travails of Bakassi local government area in Cross River State. It is one of the most traumatized local governments in this country. Bakassi has been created, recreated, and recreated as a result of interventions from even as high as the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The story of the loss of oil wells that belong to Bakassi and Cross River State is not a new story. And this arose as a result of the ceding of Bakassi to the Cameroons through no fault of ours. Of course, in the ceding of Bakassi local government, which is a bona fide part of Nigeria, there was no plebiscite. There was no consultation with the people of Bakassi in giving them out to the Cameroonians. So for the first time in history, and in contravention of every known international norm, Bakassi local government was ceded, not just the land, the people. It was ceded to the Cameroons without a plebiscite, without a referendum. He did not ask the people, do you want to be here or do you want to be there? And this has created problems for the people of Bakassi. Of course, they were displaced, their livelihoods were displaced, and these are some of the problems that we have in that local government up until today. There has been increased criminal activity because people have no means of livelihood. The main means of livelihood of the people of Bakassi was fishing and fisheries. And with the ceding of Bakassi, even this activity was thrown into confusion. What we have here today is an attempt by the federal government to re-establish a presence in the Bakassi local government area through education. And that is the reason we have proposed this School of Fisheries in Bakassi local government. And it's not just for the Bakassi people, but for Nigerians. And for those of you that know the geography of Bakassi, We are right in the Atlantic Ocean. So we believe that this is a school that will create the necessary attention that Bakassi requires. It will educate the people of Bakassi, and it will be a net economic driver for our country by contributing to the agricultural sector, which is one of the key drivers of the Nigerian economy. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to, with just these few remarks, I'd like to commend this School of Fisheries to you. It will be a degree awarding institution, and it will address the agricultural value chain. Of course, we know that the value chain in agriculture is a long and very lucrative value chain, and we think that this will be a contribution, killing two birds with one stone. The need to educate our people and to contribute to the agri value chain, and the need to bring Bakassi local governments in Cross River State to the limelight and to the attention of the federal government.
Sir, we are in receipt of these bills, and first of all, before I go into the real comment, I want to make two things, two information. Number one is just recently passed the Agricultural Research Council Amendment Bill referred to by the Honorable Minister that made some provisions. Number two is to also inform the Senate that the world is going towards one agricultural research, and that is the Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research. And Nigeria has taken to that stand. And what Nigeria is doing is to ensure that rather than the proliferation of so many research institutes, researches must be focused, it must be seen to be directed at every produce. And that's the more reason why all our research institutes, we have a single research institute dedicated. And this is in line with the 1CGR. For information, 1CGR is the governing and umbrella body that made provision for the establishment of IITA, and that's why we do not have a replica of it, Africa Rice, and the International Livestock Research Institute. Now, this is also in conformity with what the world is going through. China agricultural research, Indian agricultural research, and Brazilian agricultural research. So, for you to be qualified, to be enlisted, you have to conform to some of this. And that's the more reason why we think that the proliferation of research institutes may not be in the best interest of this country as far as agricultural research are concerned. We must remain focused and follow what is happening the world over. Now, why do we think we will focus on what is happening the world over? The funding for agricultural research actually is given at a double level. The Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research also gives some part funding to IITA and to some of our research institutes. And anytime we want to make an attempt to go in variance with what we are doing, it will take the Honorable Minister and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development a hell lot of effort before we are going to attract their attention. Now with that, the CGR also has given room to the fact that rather than proliferating research institutes, we better proliferate colleges. Training is key, and training is very, very important. And so, from the standpoint of the Agricultural Research Council, the supervisory body for all the agricultural research institutes, we think that we should step down on the establishment of these two research institutes. And in order to make sure that all parts of the country are covered, we have received the mandate of the ministry to establish outreach centers, and that's the more reason why we have all the outreach centers over there. Other people, I'm sure contributors will comment on the issue of cassava, on the issue of standardization, the issue of food safety.
The council observed that food safety functions are being carried out by many government organizations. Some of them are here. This is a major weakness to the regulatory framework for food safety management in Nigeria. It allows for weak coordination, poor policy implementation, overlap of function, avoidable rivalry, slow response, and overall inefficiency. The bill, therefore, will be difficult to implement because it lacks clarity on how various MDAs, competent authorities, should operate to optimum, especially when food is not their only concern. So we are proposing that at this point where Nigeria established the Nigerian Council of Food Science and Technology to regulate the training and practice of food science and technology profession in Nigeria, it is most appropriate to allow the food professionals to go back to the drawing board and look at this bill once more, the bill to establish the National Food Safety Council and National Food Safety Management Committee for official control of food and feed safety. We need to go back to the drawing board to bring up an appropriate bill. And that appropriate bill will be to establish a one-stop shop for food safety management in Nigeria. And that will be a later thing to do because we need to go back to the drawing board to bring up this bill to establish such competent authority. So, and to progress to it will be to repeal, that will be at a later period, to repeal and or amend the enabling laws of the various competent authorities that we have now presently performing food safety and regulatory functions in the country. And then the various ministries that are affected will still retain their policy-making functions, including representation at Codex Alimentarius Committee and similar international affiliations. The new competent authorities shall function as government technical arm. That is when we go back to the drawing board and have this one-stop competent authority. That competent authority will be government technical arm as far as food safety is concerned. So the council does not therefore support the bill for an act to establish the National Food Safety Council and the National Food Safety Management Committee for official control of food and feeds.
Our main comment here is on SB 589. And in order to save our time, I will just read the two main points, which is that this bill 589 should be reviewed to reflect the current development, which is to establish a food safety regulatory agency that will serve as a one-stop shop for national food safety control systems as is practiced elsewhere. NIFS is willing to partner to provide a framework for the operation of a national food safety regulatory agency if our suggested revision to the proposed bill revision is accepted. Secondly, sir, we request that we begin the process of amending or repealing some of the food laws of various government regulatory agencies that presently perform food safety and regulatory functions so as to ensure that these functions are domiciled in the proposed food safety regulatory agency. And we think that the issue of animal feeds should be separated and left for the animal services experts.
The proposed bill 589 wants to take over the functions of NAFDAC with respect to food. NAFDAC is an existing and functioning agency of the federal government, established by Act Cap N1 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and has been carrying out these functions since establishment in 1993. The agency's mandate with respect to food is to regulate and control importation, exportation, manufacture, advertisement, distribution, sale, and use of food and other regulated products. I'll just highlight a few points. NAFDAC has a fully established and functional food safety and applied nutrition directorate headed by a director. There is also a veterinary medicines and allied products directorate also headed by a director. There is the food registration directorate that handles registration of food. We also have the one for drugs that handles medicines and other regulated products. For products to be registered, the manufacturing site must be inspected to ensure compliance with good manufacturing practice, hazard analysis and critical control points, and all other safety standards, laboratory analysis and other regulatory activities before we give them NAFDAC number. NAFDAC has ISO certified functional food laboratories in Lagos, in Agulu, Port Harcourt, Kaduna, Maiduguri. These pronounce on quality and safety of products. NAFDAC has competent, well-trained and experienced staff carrying out the functions that relate to food quality and safety. And the staff are continually trained. Food registration on micro scale has been decentralized to the zones since 2018, and this makes registration easier and faster. We also have zonal offices in the 6th geopolitical zone and FCT and Lagos states, all headed by directors, and that of Lagos is specifically for food and other regulated products on micro scale. NAFDAC got ISO certification in 2015, ISO 9001-2015, certification in 2019, and recertified 2 years last year. And this ensures application of international standards and best practices in our activities to guarantee quality, safety of regulated products, including food. Therefore, distinguished chairman and distinguished members of the committee, NAFDAC is a very active regulatory agency with track record of successes and significant international recognition. We appeal that this should remain as a competent authority in all matters pertaining to food and animal feeds. Pertaining to Bill SB 782, I don't know if I'm permitted to comment on that too, sir. Thank you, sir. We don't have objection to this bill as it relates to research and treatment. However, on control and standardization of manufactured animal foods, feeds, and control of vaccines, we want to state, sir, that NAFDAC has an effective and functioning veterinary medicines and allied products directorate that regulates and controls animal feeds, drugs, including vaccines, and some other veterinary products. And this has been in existence for well over 10 years, and the agency has been doing this work effectively. Therefore, sir, we recommend that this bill should be amended to remove the control of vaccines from, that is Bill 782, control of vaccines, since NAFDAC is already carrying out this function. And also, the title needs to be looked at also. In view of that, we also recommend, sir, that since NAFDAC has been carrying out these functions of regulating food, regulating and controlling food, animal feeds, vaccines, that the agency should be strengthened with resources, manpower to be able to carry out these assignments more effectively and efficiently. Federal Ministry of Health, being the lead MDA and food safety and quality issues in the country, is delighted and eager to be part of this public hearing on the National Food Safety and Quality Bill to ensure the passage into law. Now, the objectives of this bill is to ensure protection of health of the consumers from hazard which may be present in food and animal feed, establish the general principles of official control of food and food safety, the obligations of food and feed business operators, defining the functions and powers of institutions of federal and state government to ensure that food and food safety risks are effectively managed and that food of the nature, substance, and quality expected by the purchasers. The benefit of this bill. The bill will ensure closer collaboration of all MDAs within the food safety and quality sector and ensure that all the MDAs work together to improve the food safety system and structure in the country. The bill will harmonize the regulatory activities to reduce the multiplicity of taxes on industry and the consequent burden on the consumer. The bill will address consumer complaints, which will help promote continuous improvement according to the ISO 22000 standards in any food safety management system. The bill will provide regulatory guidelines to prevent fraudulent or deceptive practices, that is adulterating food and field. The bill provides a proactive approach to recognizing, analyzing, and responding to existing and new hazards in the human-animal ecosystem interface. The bill will ensure the proper foundation for building an evidence-based safety system, food safety system. Food safety risk management should be based on scientific evidence from data collation, utilization, and interpretation. The bill is expected to provide significant leverage for protecting consumers' health through the provision of general principles. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I hereby state that the Federal Ministry of Health, having gone through the bill, confirmed that the bill still represents the position of the Federal Ministry as regards improving the food safety and quality control system in the country. Therefore, the Ministry 1 suggests that NAS to present the bill for public hearing, seeking the immediate passage of the bill by the 9th Assembly to entrench an effective and efficient food safety and quality system and structure for the country.
Our contribution is to this. We are looking at including climate-smart agriculture in some of these the bill. We've not really looked at it very well because it also came late. We got the news early this morning, so we picked up the three main issues that we see it's paramount that needs to be added, which is inclusion of climate-smart agriculture practices and guarantee food safety and qualities. So boils down to why we need the SB 589 instituted. Yes, we have NAFDAC, we also have NINAS, we also have SON. So, but all in all, we are looking at how can we make sure that the FOA Codex is being upheld internationally, and also so that the Nigerian product, which is going to be exported, would also be received by all countries without too much scrutiny. This is our few points.
Coming from a constituency that is affected by one of the bills, I want to appreciate this very public hearing that is giving Nigerians the opportunity to be part of the legislative process and to particularly mention about the establishment bill, the bill for the establishment of a National Veterinary Research Institute, an additional one, and to say that I've taken particular note of the position of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and also of the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria And of course, the DG of the Institute is also here with our team. I am the senator representing Plateau North, where the National Veterinary Institute, VOM, a famous citadel of research, not only in Nigeria, but a leading one on the African continent. And I want to say that this is not the place for us to make comments, but we would be awaiting the outcome of the public hearing. And I want to take particular note of the position of the Federal Ministry of Health, which is saying that calling for such an additional research institute will amount to duplication of functions and mandate of the present institute. And the Research Council has also aligned itself talking about proliferation and asking Parliament to see how the capacity of the existing institution can be strengthened by deploying the appropriation powers of Parliament to strengthen the existing institutions. I also want to say that back from the constituency, there is this fear from the host state. The fear that has been exercised is that the institute, as presently established, the state may lose that hosting privilege. But it is an institute for the entire nation, it's an institute for the entire African continent, because its services are being felt and benefited upon from all over. So we want to thank all the stakeholders for your appearances and to say that I know that the chairman is here and the committee will be receiving the report, and of course I believe very strongly that the position that has been overwhelmingly canvassed by the Federal Ministry, the Research Council, and I have gone through the presentation of the Institute, would reflect in guiding Senate on the final decision.
Mr. Chairman, my comments will be in respect of 3 bills. We've submitted memoranda for 2. We are going to submit the other for the 3rd one. The first one is on the food safety bill. We quite recognize the importance of and the linkage between food and feed, whether it's feed and animal food, because we as an institute, the act establishing us gives us the mandate to regulate all issues pertaining to animal husbandry in the country, and this includes feed. Mr. Chairman, the institute has been doing this, working assiduously since 2007, when the institute was established by an act and again amended in 2015. So for the aspect of feed in this bill, we see that there is a total lack of reference to the institute, and as I speak to you, sir, we have been active in the feed industry with respect to regulation of our feed mills, as well as the professionals that work in these organizations. So we see a very big shortfall in terms of how the aspect of feed has been crafted. The institute has not been duly carried along, and we see that many of the functions that are to be carried out there are already being carried out by the institute. But we can find a linkage between how this can be thoroughly linked with the issue of food safety. So I would not want to waste
this committee's time because we submitted our memorandum. And so, but our conclusion is that in its present form, this bill should not be passed. That's for the food safety bill. For the Veterinary Research Institute bill, we've gone through this bill, sir, and our observation is that the bill contains provisions that are all over the place. Disease control, disease monitoring, animal husbandry, teaching, training, and all sorts, and even feed standards. There are 55 departments of animal science in our university that we have oversight functions of, and also colleges of animal science in our universities that we have oversight functions of. And these are actively involved in animal husbandry training. And of course, the Institute also has a department of training and internship that is involved in all the value chains for livestock. So we don't support that this institute, the proposed bill for this institute, should have anything to do with animal husbandry. We have enumerated in details the areas of the bill where we feel there are clashes with what the institute currently does, and so we submit that this bill should not be passed because it's going to create a lot of conflict in the space.
We are very happy that this bill, this proposed bill is coming up, and we are one of the babies of Federal Ministry of Agriculture when it comes to cottage crop processing factories in Nigeria. This is an initiative of the former Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. He initiated it so that we can have cottage factories in Nigeria, all over local governments. So this one is going to help our economy and going to improve food security in Nigeria. And Cassava Cottage Processing and Marketing Association of Nigeria was one of the cottage industry established at that time. And also, please, to bring to your attention, sir, there are a lot of money that was given to us at that time to establish all these factory industries all over Nigeria. But unfortunately, that money is still lying idle in BOI. But thank God that our new minister now, Federal Minister of Agriculture, is working towards it through the help of the FDA Director, Engineer Abdullah, that is bringing it up and briefing the new minister about it. I've been lying here with BOI for more than 10 years. It's supposed to have established all these industries all over Nigeria and keep them working, functioning. But the more unfortunate thing is that the money is still lying down in BOI, about 2.2 billion. This bill is very, very important to us because Cassava flour inclusion bill, proposed bill, is going to be a very good one for us, for all the cottage industry to thrive very well in Nigeria. This cassava flour inclusion in composite bread and other confectionaries is going to generate a multiplier effect of abundant food supply, lower prices for flour dependent bread and numerous confectionaries, gainful employment for our teeming youth and women, reduction in capital flight through wheat importation and its attendants, unstaffing vendor on the nation's foreign reserves, forex backlash and its attendant, devaluation of our naira currency. The composite cassava flour will enhance the health status of Nigerians. The future of low-carb nutrition bread for Africa lies in massive local production of wheat and the admixture of HECF to create employment. HECF means high quality cassava flour. In addition, we encourage the nation to join the other countries, e.g. Asia, India, Peru, South America, such as Brazil, where it's so common in similar composite flour bread drives. We will be very happy if this proposed bill is passed to the benefit of all Nigerians and for food security in this nation. And we are all requesting that Kakoma should be included in the membership of the council.
I don't know whether the permanent secretary of Federal Ministry of Agriculture had anything to say concerning the 2.1 billion that he said is with people.
Distinguished chairman, I think I'm hearing that here now. And, I just confirmed with the director there, it's not up to that amount. I know that categorically, but we will get back to you on that so that I know the exact amount. Thank you, Nakoma.
Please try and get back to us within the next 1 week on this issue.
We really appreciate this assembly and we pray that this bill will be passed this time around and attended to by the Honorable President of the Federation. Why are we saying this? In 2009, a bill like this came up and it never saw the limelight. In 2017 November, we came for public hearing here.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Can we be seated? Indeed, the reason why we're gathered here is to build a nation where peace and justice reign. My name is Cecile Egbele, and I'm welcoming you to the closing ceremony of Citizens Summit for National Integration, Peace and Security. And of course, I'm here with Moji Makonjola.
Thank you very, very much. This is intergenerational thing that we're doing. I like to have you by my side all the time. What a day, what a time to be amidst all of you under one canopy of making Nigeria the Nigeria that I knew, the Nigeria that we want to rebirth, the Nigeria that will be. I have a little quote. We continue. I said, Nigeria, we hail thee. How many of you remember used to be our national anthem? We changed our anthem. We changed currencies, changed regional structure to state structure, changed government from colonial to democratic. military dictatorship, then again democracy. In all of these changes, we still never got it right. For the largest black nation on the planet, Africa's true potential giant. Where then is that energy, dynamism, wealth, intellectual, academic process, fun, peace, progress, positive outlook, and our hope for a better Nigeria? Many, I know all of us here still believe in Nigeria. This group is one of such, the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. Thank you for waking us up to what we are as a people. Thank you, NIPR. This is the foundation that we need for a rebirth. And so today, on behalf of all of us, as we end what started last year, November, we are just beginning actually, building the blocks and putting it together, ensuring that the Nigeria of our dreams emerge in our time. That's my prayer, and I know that's the prayer of all of us today. So if you believe in this prayer, if you believe that truly we can get back the golden days of Nigeria, not Nigerians in diaspora doing wonders and can't bring it home to do it, let's put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you so very much. It's an exciting moment for me as a Nigerian, and I know that together we'll be able to get it right. We are not going today, it's special. It's the last day concerning the formal discussion, as Cecil said, but we're going forward because after this, there are several steps that we need to still forge ahead with. And I know that the hall full of here, Nigeria is present here, together we'll be able to rebuild and the conversation will continue. However, at this closing ceremony of Citizen Summit for National Integration, Peace and Security, I'd like to let us know that we are live on Nigerian Television Authority, the largest television network in Africa. And we want to thank the NTA for giving this to us because it is indeed a participation of everyone here present today. To start us off, I know that the chairperson is here. She's been here since yesterday, and that's saying power to the Nigerian women. When you integrate us 50-50, I hope by 2023 we'll be able to get there. So just give all the women in the hall a loud round of applause on behalf of our chairperson. So to welcome us this morning, I'd like to invite the Vice President, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, ACG Adewale Adeniyi. Please welcome him warmly.
Thank you very much. It is by design that today we also have two women across two generations doing very wonderfully well in their chosen profession. The daughter and the granddaughter. Please a round of applause for Cecile and Auntie Boji. The chairman of the summit, our indefatigable Mama. The president, NIPR, members of council, fellows of the institutes, our elders, our leaders of thought, distinguished resource persons, our partners, our sponsors, heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, our chapter chairmen and distinguished members of NIPR, our delegates from youth organizations. As we have many women around us, we also have a very good presence of youth. May I especially recognize all our youths that are here. Please, a round of applause for them. I'm happy when I requested the applause, I also saw elders who are touching themselves. That's we youth. Other invited guests, distinguished gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to keep this short. My task is very simple. It's been a very engaging session over the last 30 hours or thereabouts. We've had very good discussions at plenary and at the breakout syndicate sessions. We feel very strengthened and encouraged by the level of commitment that we have all shown. As I'm speaking, one syndicate session is still very, very busy with animated discussions and practical solutions. We are indeed very, very happy that we are beginning to take the first major step towards recharting a new path for Nigeria. It's been good so far, and I want to believe that the closing session will even be better. We know that there's nothing we can do in this project without getting our education right. We have a reputable Vice Chancellor who would be leading the discussions during the plenary. We are going to have one of our ambassadors from the youths who will also be talking to us. Technology is very, very important to the conversations that we are going to be having. We have a techpreneur who would be in the plenary during the closing session. And I just want to say a very big thank you to everybody, and I wish you a nice time during the closing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, let's begin in earnest. Our chairperson for the day, Dr. Diani Beach, President and Chairman, Council of the Governing Council of NIPR, Mukhtar Siraju, our Vice President that has just spoken to us, ACG Wale Adeniyi, members of the Governing Council, President APRA Yomi Badijo Kusoya, fellows of the Institute, chiefs and heads of parastatals here present, directors generals, permanent secretaries, members, the NUJ president here present, very distinguished members of the Nigerian media, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I met this woman about 2.5 decades or 3 decades back, oh my God, that's how far I've been going with her. She came across as one who would fit in any cap. Together, we saw the real Nigerians. Together, we crisscrossed every nook and cranny here. We rode not just on camels, we tried. We had meetings under floodlights, headlights. We went in the canoe, we trekked, we did everything because we had one thing in mind. We wanted to bring the Nigerian children up in such a way that when they need to serve, they'll serve optimally without having recourse to illnesses, particularly polio. We cannot speak of polio eradication in Nigeria without Diani Beach. We saw it all. We saw it. We went where devils who dare not go. We wore our hijab proudly. We ate our tuwo, our powdered yam, even the banga soup together, because that's the Nigeria we know. And so when she was made chairperson of this summit, I said, rightly so. Today I celebrate you in a very special way. I celebrate the womanhood in you. I most especially celebrate the Nigerian in you. And I think that this is the turnaround we're asking for, where we'll integrate, and it didn't matter what your color is or what your religion is. I therefore, on behalf of all of us, welcome you to the podium again, Dr. Mrs. Diani Beach, Chairperson, Access Bank, MFR, FPSN, MNI, Moji's true sister.
Thank you. Great memories. Thank you very much. Mr. President of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, pardon my voice, I'm doing my best. All the distinguished elders in this great audience, all our distinguished personalities among the youth, because they are distinguished to be here. All the great women have come together. We really need to thank God for NIPR. Because God brought something in them, they brought it out, they captured it right, they put the diagram very clearly, that they have a big heart, that they have listening ears, and that they are ready to run with their legs. Mr. President, Raju, I salute you. What a great work. I didn't imagine how this would be, but coming from yesterday, hearing everyone in and out of the audience, it's been a good time for us, not just to talk, as it were, in Nigeria, but to think and to ask questions, to receive answers, to be willing to come together, because there was nowhere to go. There was a diagram yesterday, I think it was by one Dr. Komolave, if I'm right, of Nigerians in the 6 geopolitical zones, facing different areas. At the end of the day, we have no choice than to face one another. A point of unity. And that's why the FCT minister said there's no other way. That's why Abuja was created. They thought Abuja was not created by British. It was created by a Nigerian who believes in the need for us to have unity. And today in this unity city, the city of Abuja, belonging to all and for all, we have been discussing. And I just want to admonish the President kindly, please let's run with this. Everyone that I came across and listened to, directly or indirectly, wants a united Nigeria. We've come to realize from all the talk yesterday, which of course Moji and I realized while we went round proudly through the nation. We're proud to go through 662 local governments and across more than 8,000 political wards in the country. Nigeria, if that is the case, I'll do what it is to get my mission across to save the children. It's your turn to do something. It's your turn to say something. It's your turn to be responsible to a nation that you call your own. We must be responsible citizens. Our responsibility goes beyond ourselves. Your private affair is private. Nigeria is a public affair. Let's own it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the chairman of this occasion, Mrs. Awoshika, for that very beautiful remark. All right, very quickly, the chairman of PANDEF was meant to have been here yesterday, but he has some very important assignments he needed to attend to. But he has decided and cleared the schedule to be with us today. For his remark and goodwill message, I would like to call on the national chairman of the Nigeria Delta Forum, PANDEF, I'm talking about Senator Emmanuel Esen Ebok, to please come on the podium and give us a goodwill message. I will permit those giving goodwill messages to please skip all protocols so we can take 2 minutes each for your remark.
Thank you. The chairman of this occasion, the national president, the chairman, once whether a lady, a man wants to chair, you are a chairman, chairperson. All other protocols duly and most respectfully observed. I want to correct my name so that tomorrow, when an appointment is to be given, nobody goes to take my own. My name is Senator Emmanuel Ibok Essien, Emmanuel Ibok Essien, because I've seen Supreme Courts disqualifying people from holding positions because of mix-up in names. I want to first and foremost thank God for NIPR, for the great work that you have been doing in this country. I congratulate all of you, starting from the President, members of his national executive, and the states, for this great work you are doing for this nation. Yesterday, I sent a legal advisor in Pan-Niger Delta Forum, a distinguished legal luminary, Mrs. Nella Ewa, to represent PANDEF, because we had a Southern and Middle Belt Forum meeting in Lagos. But I had to come straight from the airport for this event because I consider it very important. Most especially the theme of this conference, which touches on national integration, peace, and security of this country. We do not have any other country than this country, and it is our responsibility jointly to ensure that there is peace, there is security and stability and integration in this country. Yesterday I was just telling somebody, when I saw the number of people in Lagos, I say, if there is any crisis and people have to run away from this country, other African countries and even the world cannot accommodate us. So we need absolute peace in this country. And it's a workshop like this that will give a roadmap for this peace and security. So PANDEF stands with you on this mission, and whatever that is possible that we will do to ensure this national integration, peace and security will do. I want to congratulate you once again and wish you well, and assure you that we will partner together to ensure a better Nigeria. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, Senator Emmanuel Ebokesing of PANDEF, National Chairman of PANDEF. Indeed, he spoke the truth to our faces. We are all partners in peace and security. And of course, the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations has partners from all across. We are all partners, guests here present in issues of national security and peace. So talking about partners, I would like to call on one of the partners of the NIPR. I'm talking about the Nigerian Union of Journalists, led by the chairman, Chris Isiguzo. Chris Isiguzo, please take on the microphone for your goodwill message very briefly. A round of applause.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Indeed, I am pleased to be part of this summit, Citizen Summit for National Integration, Peace, and Security. I want to applaud the leadership of NIPR for deeming it necessary to gather Nigerians from all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria to come together and open, or rather reopen, conversation. Looking at the situation in our country, it has become quite important for us to come and discuss on how we can address myriads of problems staring all of us in the face at this critical point in time. And that's why this summit has become quite interesting. When I took time to go through the syndicates and look at the faces of people there, I saw a people that are desirous of having their country back. Indeed, Mr. President of NIPR, you've given birth to a people desirous of building a new Nigeria. For us in the Nigeria Union of Journalists, I want to assure you of our undying readiness to partner with you, to work with you, to ensure that this conversation that has started yesterday and of course today will not end here. We'll go with it, we'll fly with it, and by the time, God willing, we get to 2023, we'll also succeed together in giving birth to a leadership that will understand that the yearnings and aspirations of the people must remain uppermost in their minds. I believe that will be the only way that we are going to start the process of rebuilding trusts in our country, trusts in our leadership, trusts in our people. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, uppermost in our minds should be rebuilding our country on the basis of trust. Still on talking partners in development, partners in progress, partners in building peace and security, I would like to call on the Director General, National Orientation Agency, for his goodwill message, talking about Dr. Garba Abari. Please, a round of applause.
Garba Abari and the National Orientation Agency have been part and parcel of this conference, the planning, the conceptualization. I am a resource person. I was part of the panel that just ended its session. So both the NOA as an institution and the leadership personified in Garba Abari are all part and parcel of this great event. To this extent, therefore, we do not have to say we associate with it because we are part and parcel of it all. The only thing I would say at this point, therefore, is to say thank you very much, everybody, for believing in NIPR and, of course, in building, in believing in all of us that have a sense of what Nigeria that we all wish to see is now being crafted this forward. Thank you for.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garba Abari, DG NOA, Partner in Progress. Next, I would like to call on the President of the Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, SANU, Muhammad Haruna Ibrahim, to please give us a goodwill message.
Good morning, Mr. President, distinguished members of NIPR, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, I just want to
follow the footsteps of our big brother, Dr. Abari. SANU, as personified by me, it's part and parcel of NIPR. I am privileged to be part of this occasion, from the conceptualization to the organization and to seeing what is happening today. However, this conversation will not be complete without deeply reflecting over what is happening or what has befallen of our educational system today in Nigeria. Our universities have been closed in the last 6 months, getting to 7 months. And this is truly something that is contributing to the problems of this country. And for us in SANU, because of our belief in this country and the need to strategize, we have called off our strike or suspended it, and we are resuming today. This is without prejudice to whatever struggle we are having. And it is not to say that we are deeply or totally satisfied with the way government is taking this issue. But we believe we could still struggle and fight while we are in our offices. And for this, we want to thank NIPR for giving us this platform. And we will continue to pray that Nigeria continue to grow from strength to strength. Thank you very much.
It's always good news when you hear that the strike has been called off, and we're glad to know that. Thank you very much to President of SANU. All right. I would like to very respectfully now call on the Deputy National Chairman of the Police Community Relations Committee, PCRC, Alhaji Abdullahi A. Paiko, to please give us your remark.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Let me thank you, the MC and the organizers, for giving me yet another opportunity. Yesterday we were given 1 minute, and today I'm happy it has been extended to 2 minutes. I would like to operate within the time frame. Well, actually, what I felt I left out yesterday, and I pleaded with the leadership of NIPR to at least give me yet an opportunity to raise it here. Well, I was so impressed when I looked at the gathering here. I was so happy that it cut across all strata of the society, the young, the middle, and the old. So what I did not see and was really hitting my mind was a traditional institution. I wanted to use the opportunity to appeal to NIPR, which I am also a member, to organize a special summit as quickly as possible, since this one is going to the National Assembly as soon as it's concluded, to bring them in and talk to them. They are the grassroots. In 1914, before the independence of Nigeria in the 60s, the traditional institutions were in charge of peace and security. It was even a shame or a taboo because they had the local police. They were sometimes called Thursday police up here, and which has now been transformed into vigilante group. They were not really paid. It was a volunteer kind of thing. They had prisons, and they called them Gidan Sarki, maybe in Hausa, up not here, when you're taken to prison, now correctional center. Nobody wanted to be identified with criminals. It was minimal at that time to see all these ills in our society taking place. Sir, I want to appeal to you to use your good offices, to use the opportunity that God has given you to at least rediscover Nigeria, as you are doing in this kind of forum, to organize a forum for traditional institutions so that they can also partake, perhaps appeal to the federal government to give them a defined responsibility. Now, their responsibilities were taken over in 1976 when local governments were created. 84 when the Suki reform came on board, it recognized the power shifted from the traditional institution to local government chairman. You cannot imagine a first-class emir taking permission from, I am not degrading anybody, from a secondarian or somebody of first degree, maybe a young man, because he wants to travel to try his domain. This, I look at it as degrading. Please, maybe we should look at this once again. Thank you for yet an opportunity, and I want to congratulate you. And I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue to guide you throughout this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An essential ingredient in this discussion to attain integration, peace, and security. The chairperson, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our president, at this time we are going to be talking to ourselves. We'll have a panel here that will start the conversation. The citizens' engagement is where we go next. Permit me on your behalf as we try to draw a roadmap to a new Nigeria that NIPR, and I'm sure every Nigerian should be interested in, to welcome to this part of the whole, to kickstart citizens' engagement, because all of us here will have a voice today. Quickly, I'd like to invite one of my favorite MassCom experts, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University Kashere, Professor Umaru Pate, FNIPR. I'd also like to invite Mr. Tim Akon, MD, Chief Executive Officer, New Horizons Limited. I'd like to invite Mrs. Nella Andem Ewa Rabana, SAN, Legal Advisor, Pandef. My brother, Professor Oke Ikechukwu, MNI, Executive Director. Please come up. I saw you. Yes. Thank you. Good to see you again. I'd like to invite Barrister Ambassador Awal Siraju, who is youth leader representing the youth on this panel. Reverend Ladi Thompson, founder Macedonia Initiative. I'd like to invite you to come up. The message here today is continental, so we need to bring that on, because until Africa as a whole, and Nigeria represents that, get serious with what we are doing, development will slow down, and we want to fast track it. And so our moderator today is the President, Africa Public Relations Association, APRA, Mr. Yomi Badejo Okusoya. Please welcome him warmly. Thank you. You all have your microphones, and the conversation starts any moment.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, the chairman of the occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, fellows of the Institute, Your Excellencies present here, and of course, members of the panel. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the privilege to moderate such a high-powered panel of discussants this morning. And I would like us to just go straight into the business of the day, especially in view of the limited time that we have. So this is the way it's going to go. I'm going to give each and every one of us an opportunity to do 5 minutes each. Just summarize in your own words a roadmap to a new Nigeria, and then we're going to throw open to the floor, and the members of the audience can participate, and then I'm going to come back to you, and you will do another 2 minutes in wrapping up, and then we will call it a day. I have seen the panel constitution, and it spreads across various stakeholders. One, we have, of course, Professor Umaru Pate, very renowned practitioner, Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of